alive. Greetings.
Islamism.
Okay, so this is episode 13, and what were you saying coming into the show, Elia?
No, no. Go ahead. Play the intro. Play the
Okay.
intro.
All right, here we go. Welcome to a new wave of thinking. Might be a delay. You're here with Akshita Veda L and El Yagar. It's we the people of the Empire of Nubia. Get ready to open your mind, sit back and unwind to take in the discussion, to prepare us to win. We are sovereign, we are law. We coming with concepts here that are fundamental building blocks, focusing on principles, thoughts, and beliefs. We're here to shake you up, to wake you up. Islamism. The masses is suffering with temporary mental illness of cognitive dissonance. Open up your mind. We are speaking from experience, various perceptions, while we maintain effective communication in the lines of respect. Our thoughts become connected through human cognition, which is the process of acquiring new information and understanding based on personal experience and relatable topics of discussion. We are the currency of the know, knowledge, wisdom through love, bringing peace, justice, and truth as we gain freedom. Freedom in the mind. Open up your mind. Freedom of the mind. It's divine. To be one in unity, togetherness, you and me, we become we, and we are the change that we want to see. It is our time now, so come and get ready as we bring a new wave of thinking. It's a new wave of thinking. New wave of thinking.
Islamism. It's a new wave of thinking. Open up your mind.
Yes, I forgot I was on mute. Greetings in high heaven.
Greetings in high heaven. So here
Okay,
we
so
are again, Side Star.
episode 13. This
Episode
got to,
13.
yeah,
That's a good luck number.
it is.
Okay, we didn't even look up numbers to see what it
No,
is, but
but
it's a good luck
13,
number.
well, 13 to
And
me is the cycles of the moon. And so it's the number of the mother.
very good. Very good. So the next time the 13th is on a Monday, that's going to be a really special day. I have to look that up and see what it is.
Nice. Yeah, that's a nice,
And
yeah,
see what day that falls
Monday.
on.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm
So,
interested in what you were saying,
okay,
or
so
however you want to start it off. Let's get it.
a lot of our people, a lot of our people, and when I say our people, I do mean even Moors, want to hurry up and get their trust done. This seems to be their only true idea of doing anything about a nation, or their idea of wealth is through getting their trust done. And from the time that I was introduced to all of this through Prophet Noble Drew Ali, I knew that other people could do the same thing that we're doing because of systems, and this is national systems. So when we say the United States is a foreign corporation, who are they foreign to? There is some group that they are domestic to, and that group that they're domestic to was foreign to us, and a lot of our people have signed on to this foreignness, and that's what they understand. So being that there's American nationals and you don't want to listen to the Moors, then go be an American national. And through the group, I've given them some American national information that they can apply to themselves in order to, you want your trust, go get your trust. But remember that you were warned about being a stateless person and the position that that puts you in once you do these things. Because I said, I'll help you. I have no problem with helping you. You want to cut your head off, I'll give you the equipment to help you and make sure that gets done. Especially when I know I gave you equipment so it won't get done, but this seems to be your focus. So I got to help you with your focus because I said I would help you. So in a lot, like a lot of the readings that I did this week, one of the things I looked up was Prophet Noble Drew Ali in Wikipedia. And in Wikipedia, whoever wrote it has the audacity to keep saying African American, African American. He was an African American. And for everything that we're doing, it's like we should be able to have someone who will go in there into that same Wikipedia page and put what the opposite is, or at least strike the word out with red and then say we don't abide by this word, and neither did Prophet Noble Drew Ali. And if you read his we, since this is what Wikipedia is, we can go in and we can add that type of information. And when we don't do that, that's when we as a nation, as a people, we're slacking in defense of ourselves. And if we look at any other nation, and the only nation that we can really prove it with is every time you turn around, don't you hear anti-Semitism? Isn't there an anti-Semitism defamation league? So then Black African American, and the last part before I yield the floor. So within the teachings of Owaspe, we say the lessons in Owaspe and in every other religion comes from our ancestors in the sciences of self. That's the relationship. Now, when it comes to the exact book and what it says in that book, some of that stuff, especially printed in 1882, does have the continuing effect of 80% truth, 20% lie, such in saying that we are Negroes. So our brothers in Owaspe have to understand that no more is going to sign on with the word Negroes, Black, coloreds, or anything like that. We're not going to accept it as ourselves. It won't go on any of our documents or anything. And where we see that word, we're not supporting that Negro, Black, colored movement. We can support the essence of Owaspe, but the lawful stance of Negro, Black, and colored, we're not even arguing with it. It's not worth our time. So that book was written, Owaspe, in 1882. This was the Reconstruction period of the United States, and this was for what we don't know. There is a saying that says, this is the first time the loser has written history. And that means in the Civil War, the South lost, but they wrote the history of the world. They got to write the history of the world and the loss, which put you and I on the bottom in everything. They came up with systems of, if you're going to print a book and you're going to be published and write, then this is how you do it. And in that were codes black, Negro, colored, and things that you had to use in order to explain an intelligent thing. So this is a time period when even the essence of us would be described as Negro at its highest level, because the anthropologists of that time, the big time scientists, if you want to talk about racism being developed, here it is through anthropology, talking about the Negroid and the Caucasoid and the aquiline nose and the this, that, and the other thing. This is where the racism, the coloring and the black, it was during this period of Reconstruction that all of this got reconstructed against us. And at the highest level, Negroid. And it's in the Bible too, right? Not the so and so, but the Negro. It's in the Bible too, right? They were disrespecting us. And if you want to say that it came from, I heard the word in the teaching from a waspe about where Oceania is where they got Negro from. Our people were the snake people. They called themselves Negus and Naga. Caucasian people or whoever couldn't say Negus and Naga, they said nigger. See, you and I, when they even today, when they say nigger, what you and I should turn around and just smile at them and say is, yes, my child. What can I do for you, my royal subject? We should be mad at people because they can't say negus, naga. Who are we? We think they can't speak correctly. We're going to hold it against them? I don't think that's fair. We shouldn't hold it against them. We shouldn't get mad and upset when they say nigger. We should just turn around and say, yes, my child, what can I do for you, my loyal subject? Because they were trying to say Negus and Naga. They were trying to tell you, my emperor, my empress. They were trying to say that it just, it came out with, what do we say they have? And everybody has you go somewhere else and somebody else don't understand. You have an accent. And so that's their accent. Nigger is their accent for Naga and Negus. And so the only way we're going to have real power and control is to take it back for ourselves. I yield the floor. And brother, we didn't forget you, cousin. We got you, cousin.
Greetings. Okay, so very good points, and that mindset of how to properly address being wrongly addressed and to switch the position. And that's the whole point of what we're doing, is to change um to use what has been used for our benefit rather than to be a victim of or subject to something that is not. Like, today someone speaks a different language and we're trying to communicate to them in their language. They think it's cute and funny. They don't find it offensive that the person not of that language set has not said the words correctly. They just help you correctly pronounce it, or if you're being, you know, ignorant about it, then they don't really even feed into it because that's your lack of knowledge. So yeah, I think that's a great response. Yes, my loyal subject. I said, you and we use that language and it put people into like, wait a minute, what? My loyal subject? How did I become your subject and I came to you thinking I was bigger and better and badder than you? So it kind of like, it should make people think before they go using words of distinguishment to be perceived as disrespect. So this week for me, I have been working on some new music, and it kind of uh, it kind of situated itself in the message, because everything is connected. Everything that we do from day one has been connected to this moment right here. And so it's up to us to find the connecting points. And this is us creating constellations on ground. boots on ground. There's constellations above that we did not place, but we can place ourselves on ground and create new constellations of understandings and movements. And so this is what we are doing. And so in the process of all of this, one thing that came out from uh I don't know which episode it was, but Indigo Task Force. And the Indigo Task Force, I was lost for words. For some reason, I couldn't just figure out what I wanted to say. And that was because what was old is old and no longer relevant to today. And so it has to be recreated in this environment here. And this is a healthy environment for it to thrive and to grow. You can plant seeds in any type of soil, but if it's not healthy soil, you can't expect a healthy outbreak of growth to take place. So we may plant seeds in different places, but we always have to continue to gather seeds in that information so we can plant it in a new environment to see if that's the environment that seed will thrive in. So, nonetheless, the Indigo Task Force is all about the children and protection of the children and the family. And so, I just wanted to touch on some of those things and also bring mention to Sunstar Daniel Phillips because he has been a supporter of what we have been doing and in communication with us here and dropping jewels and knowledge. And so it was time. Remember, we had come up with Love Era, and because that was a representation of his mother. And so that goes along with the matriarch and what his mission is to the matriarch and bringing his mother into that. So I finally got a song that explains who he is, just in song terms. Uh, to this movement and a new wave of thinking in connection with the matriarch, in connection with the empire of Nubia as the chief of defense. And so all of that goes hand in hand with one another. And so I just wanted to bring that to light tonight in whatever else comes about. I see we have a guest tonight. And so I'm gonna give you the floor, Sunstar Elia, so you can uh bring this brother on or this Sunstar on to greet the audience here and see what we got going on for episode 13. What up?
Okay. So I am trying to. Okay. This is my cousin, Moshe. And
Uh-oh.
How
Did
did
we
he done
lose him?
push something? He'll be back on in a minute. He always push a button and he go out of here and come back on. So this is the first of that to happen tonight and it's all good. So
Okay.
cousin Moshe, here he go.
Thank you. There he goes.
okay, I'm good at doing that. I will do that with no problem. All right. This is my cousin Moshe. He runs HSE TV Entertainment. Uh, Me myself, I get stuck because I don't like saying. I don't want to say he's your spiritual guide, but he he does. He's on it. He's on it. He's on his alchemy. He's on his sciences. He's you know. Sometimes you just go ahead, brother. Take the floor, brother. Go ahead. I'm a mute.
Shalom to those. Assalamu alaikum to those. Asi. Greetings. Peace. All praise to the great mother. Maya in her name. We understand in Akkadiya, Tiamat. To the Christians and other faith, they say Holy Spirit, Mother of all life. Taoism and Buddha, Hindu and Hindu, they say Maharahe. And that's how we pick up the frequency in the womb of the cosmic of the mother. Where they were picking off of the Nagas is actually in Ayuwa, Noros, Phenomenon, Nume, Ume, Inume, Elish, Alpha, and Ameyuwa. Can't have father without the mother. So the father plants the seed. The womb is the manifestation of the liquid of what they call the Kairistos. Some say Christ, but it's the Kairistos of the Sirius, Asuri, bloodline, blood heard the earth, center. Scientifically, you can call that the magnetic pasta, what we understand to be Havel in Hebrew, Abel everywhere else where the blood spilt, but that's a manifestation of an autogene of the all-seeing eye. Some say Allah Lewa, some say Hallelujah, same name. Some say Yawa. It's still feminine. Even when the manats of the Islam, it's the 7 menaras, which is the 7 pillars, Proverbs chapter 8, Proverbs chapter 9, feminine aspect. So the breath of carbon, science have proved to us that the feminine aspect of the mind of the Lord, pictograph of the X-ray into the nous of the mother, which the scriptures say, Kyrie sit in the bosom of the father, men don't have breasts, period. So we're talking womb, just like an ultrasound is the same as your telescope to the diagram of the Ouija board we call technology, which is trash of building through radioactivity of radiology of tumors and killing us when they hooked up to the earth mother, as well we know as Nikola Tesla, the power energy that they try to cut off that we have within ourselves called the 7 chakras is the 7 menaras, the 7 eyes of the Holy Spirit, the following of the laws of Allah, Lewa, the Most High, or the law of God is the law of nature, the law of Mo'asha, M-A-Shu-Wa, Shua, Ilahaya Wa. Some may understand to be Elijah, who has no father or mother yet, called righteous by both father, mother, and manifestation, still got to die though. Why is that? So we see that in the spirit, you call it a gas, plasmic astral energy, which comes from a thought. Then it reflects an image and a character of a covering, just like the semen goes into the womb. You got to have both because one is information and one is the containment of the direction of that information. Why 2 men, 2 feminine, or 2 eggs cannot procreate. Nature teaches us that the only thing on the face of the earth is an African seahorse who we call serpent or dragon. The man holds the babies as if he's a woman. That's reverse psychology. So we see aspirations of the adversary, not a devil, not a Satan, not a Iblis, but they are evil jinns because you say good, evil, blessed, curse, yin, yang, jin, jang. So in verbalization, even though you try to manipulate and tell me it's 70 angles of different things of 7 lands times 10 different types of tribes, 10 Sephiroth colors, though there are 12. One represents alchemy of death, and one is alchemy. Some say Azazel, some say science. And then death or magic or the wages of sin upon one thought. Sin is synthetic. It means fake, which we understand we are a hologram. So I'm going to stop right there because I could get gone in the nuos, but I agree with everything that has been always said, support everything here because that's what I'm about. Divine minds can only align. And so since there's no time, it's time for us to step into the moment as one in unity. So it says you and I in the verse, which is the breath of the great mother. It's called inspired word, flame of fire. I don't know if y'all can see it, but that's the twinkle, twinkle star. That's what ministered to us. It knows everybody's language, but it sounds like a buzz. Bzzz. Then science tells us you send a signal to your brain. Then you have a thought. Church taught me that's a spirit vibration through emotion. Now it shape shift into my consciousness, the real me, not the heart that we check in the doctor, your pineal heart. It's the same substance as up there. And when you light up the serotonin crystals called seraphium, cherubim, cerebellum, as above, so below, as it is in heaven, so shall it be on the earth. Earth mother is judgment. Earth mother in heaven is the grace. And the Kabbalah tree is the Bina, judgment and mercy. Those are the two creators. But the mind of the Kether for the Kemet, or the crown, or the priesthood, or the crown chakra for the rest of y'all. That would be the mind of the Lord, 1 Corinthians chapter 2. Who knows the mind of the Lord? When you understand the telepathical light language, telepathy. When you can pick up and channel something that's not of this universe because you are of something that are the 2/3 that's been left, which was also spoken, not by a book. I don't do books. I show you the star. I tell you what the spirit tell you, whether you believe it or not. You reap what you sow. So the Father sowed semen divine, which is mind. It shape shifted into the Great Mother. It manifested as a soul, which is a liquid. So we went from spirit, gas to liquid soul. Now we soul ID, the entity. That's what you call a physical body. That's what we say. Third dimensional being. Reflect from your solar system, not sign. Sign is the copy counterfeit of this world. What really you are in the garment of God, some call Marduk. The garment of the great God. That's what we see, the twinkle, twinkle light. When they say many millions of light years, once you step into that portal, you don't know where you end up at unless you had an out-of-body experience by the Great Mother. Only the Great Mother, no matter what faith you are. That's why I quoted the 7 religions, 7 names of the feminine aspect, and we forgot to call out Terra, which is in your scriptures as Abraham's father, who is the Indians' angle of angel, or some type of worship, which is equate to your Raphael tree of life, or the hereafter following the law. You're promised eternity. And even eternity is not everlasting life. There's a difference. Back to you, Cuss.
Well, I mean, you just gonna lay all that out there on the table like that and say, hey, okay, cuz, do what you gonna do with that. I'm here.
That, that's what y'all see. That's what y'all. When I listen to y'all, see, great minds align. That's how I feel about y'all. It was you, Miss Maya, your soul energy with him, and they say 2 or 3 gather the power as long as we are in a line. And I do believe that the universe put this together. And I love everything that you do. You talk to Cuz, I don't know if he tell you or not, but I'm here now. I can tell you now because I represent bringing back the feminine mother so we can be back to balance. Or some would say the Holy Spirit, but we call things out here that we don't really understand what it really is because we ain't been taught that nurturing spirit, because masculine reptilian bastards, if we could call that, in the spirit realm, not so much physical. When they say turn for me iniquity, I never knew you, a liar cannot cherish in my sight. So I can't believe in a Satan, because if God is the all-seeing eye and omnipotent and omnipresent, and we can step into that without even asking, with an astral projection, some call it out-of-body experience. In the scriptures, it's called the spirit took you and took you to another dimension that we are comfortable saying right now. But back 30 years later, we was like, what is this thing talking about? And how are we going to see what Israel and them is doing before TVs came out? When Back to the Future told us we can talk like we talking right now on a cell phone, on the TV. That was preposterous. I'm 40 years old. I ain't that old now. I'm an 80s baby. But when that movie came out, that was science fiction. And by 1999 into 2000, we was already doing it. Then we had Facebook. I mean, not Facebook, MySpace and Black Planet. Yeah, we got to go back to that. You know, and when the first Apple was coming, when kids talking about their phones slow today. No, you too fast. When I was coming, you didn't want to die in the game because it took 10 minutes to load. And you might start all over. But just to wait 30 seconds, oh man, this phone is slow. I'm like, wow, how fast we have come to artificial alter ego of our own demonic principalities embodied in a machine. Touching it, calling it a cell phone, wondering how it know my mind. Don't be that dumb. So when y'all open up the great mother, you even said yourself, the secrets of life, the new way of thinking, new wave. I mean, that's a message within itself, because if you understand, they've been hiding the great mother and replaced it with some adversary, rah, 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 rah. Story makes sense what y'all about. That's all I'm saying. It was y'all that brought that for me to come out. Because y'all, he was the root, you was the water, and the spirit is the increase. I think that's how it goes. So with y'all bringing this new wave, as I was just telling them, you the only group. May not agree with everything. I don't see now one of y'all hating on each other or stepping on, you know what I'm saying? So I'm not there like that. And I see that. I don't miss too much, but I miss a lot. But if I can see that right there, just like that, well, people like you, him, and the other brother that's there all the time, what do y'all see? I'm gonna be quiet. Back to y'all.
We see everything you see, and it's nice that you can come on here and say it the way that you have stated it, for us to know that we are absolutely in divine alignment. And before you stated this in your introduction, I had typed in the private message, we are all in alignment without discussion. Like, it was tripping me out, some of the things that you were saying. And then you was like, and indeed, divine minds will align. And I was like, oh man. And then my mind started breaking down the word alignment. And so, ment meaning mind, and the align is like the ally or the alliance of minds, which means one mind or mind in unity. So all of that is divine when we bring our minds to the table. And see, that's just it. So I'm excited about where tonight is going. And so you said something that struck me. You said, did you say the mind of Keither?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh my God. You are the only person that I have ever heard mention the word Keither in relationship to the mind. Now, I would really like it if you could explain that word Keither from your understanding and your background, and how that's important to the mind and where we are. And before you do that, no study on Keither, no um me. I've not studied. This came to me out of the blue. And when I started talking about Keither, and Keither to me is what the is the atmosphere. I'll use that word. Is the atmosphere in which we have been opened up to thrive in, and you only get there once you have overcome the need for ether. We have surpassed ether, and only in the mind of Keither can we move forward and on this mission of alignment of divine minds. So this is where I'm at with it, and I don't talk about this with nobody. So please, let's get into it. Tell us
Wow.
what that means to you.
KHKIKY, all of the vowels mean spirit. Like when we say Christ, that's why I say Kai Reese, because it's the spirit rest. I rest in the spirit. I do nothing without the spirit. So as we in right now. And so You explained it right, because in Hebrew of the lettering or the old Sumerian cuneiform lettering, uh, it says that K mean outside, but when we put the spirit, it's the spirit Tara or the spirit Tyra, the law of the spirit. Who was in charge in the Old Testament in the ancient of times? It's your name. Her name is Spirit and Justice. For the Christian is worship me in spirit, then get truth. John chapter 4, 24. So the Kether, just like you say, you leave this one-third realm and you step on the higher ups. Jay-Z say, I want to be on now with the higher ups. I step on them and I step into my seat. That's what you just said. And only can you, back to what you're saying, the new wave of thinking, it ain't so much new. It's just that they took away the mother of truth. And even the Christian understand that the Holy Spirit reveals. What you forgotten? We didn't forget we're gods and goddesses. We forget how to use the power and sustain. And no matter what nobody tells us, whether they believe it or not, we're supposed to stand on that faith. Faith is the substance. Substance is the mind of the Kether to the crown to the spiritual awakening of the all-seeing eye, which is a purple hue called Zadkiel, called Zodiac. God, who is in the houses of the mansions of the temple of God. There ain't even an angel, not even Michael, worthy to be put into a position to be called a little g God. And that's the best that we got. He locked up this AI era of thinking, but yet he ain't knowing what we know. So when I started understanding, oh, wait a minute, we can name angels and all of this stuff because we created them. But when it comes to the Most High, we don't know how to take feminine and masculine into one. Yet we walk it with marriage of man and woman and then say, heaven and earth. Yeshua was going to tell the unfaithful woman a secret, but she was unfaithful, so he couldn't give it to her. What was the secret? Well, we go in Ephesians 5, it says that Kairos is a head of the temple, but they're going to put church for their fit of analogy, but it's the temple. The temple, when you keep saying the temple of the Lord, well, we know the Lord ain't in this earth, but in the breath and the light of wisdom and in us. But the real realm is out of this realm. So when we deal with the temple of the Lord, that's for real, the stars. We look up and we see a reflection of ourselves called the mother. Last time I checked, every religion, any righteous soul, going to be the feminine aspect, whether you're male or female, your feminine aspect when we're upon the great divine. So for there to be a masculine, when we teach to the church that the body of Christ is not the bride of Christ, those two different things. To be the body of Christ, you're the groom, masculine spirit. Why you have a left brain. Then when we get to the spirit, you see it's called Holy Ghost, then it's Holy Spirit. But we don't say G. So we say Holy Yah. Yah. See? But when they take us away from the sound, faith cometh by sound. You don't have to know what I know. If I speak that right vibration, just like what you said, man, this was in my, I couldn't have known that. I'm not a psychic. I don't go around, but I walk by the spirit. I consistently say that because that's my defense. So that when something like that be said, all praise to the Holy Mother and the Heavenly Father. That's the only way that we can align and I can say something that you ain't even uttered yet. How could I know? Back to you.
Absolutely. How could you know unless you are in tune with the same vibrations? And so, in the beginning, when you were speaking on vibrations, I understand vibration to be our first language. We feel before we hear and before we see, you know. And so, what we feel, we should always be able to identify with what we're feeling that's not attached to words. The feelings that make no sense to the heart or mind, it makes sense to the soul. So, those are the frequencies that we push forward from without, which comes from within. And so that's where I'm at with it. And so yeah, I'm really interested to hear what you have to say, Sunstar El Ya, because this is the type of conversation you be having. Like, this is what no wonder. Please share.
Islamism. So because we're alchemists, and because we've been shown that our ancestors are the parents of all these religions, all these sciences, all these thoughts. See, like I said, you don't have to tell me anything twice. Once you describe something once, I get all these like fabulous ideas about myself because it's my ancestors who are the parents. So I'm great. So my brain always stays on that level. And so when, like, for example, we all say, even if you call yourself Black and African American, we all say they lied to us. But then when you hear the lies, you're shocked. You're like, oh my God. But wait a minute. Didn't we just say that they lied to us? Didn't you hear at least me say they lied to us about dang near everything? So I'm not shocked when I hear a new lie. And if they did ABC over here, then why didn't they do D, E, and F over there? I'm not. It's nothing new under the sun. Yeah, we were abused, but the point we're gonna have to like deal with, like when we say like when somebody does you wrong, you don't have to forgive that person. You should forgive yourself for allowing yourself to be done wrong and allowing that person to do you wrong. But they have to forgive themselves for the wrong that they did to you. They have to excuse themselves in front of you, not the other way around. You can be as mad as you want. You ain't never got to talk to that person again. You could burn the bridge behind you. And listen, if you ask me without thinking, I help you burn the bridge just because I want to see the fire on the bridge. So don't ask me to help you burn the bridge. You better think your part through and what's best for you, because I'll help you burn the bridge. Once I burn it, I don't care. And so, that could be a problem too when you have that kind of, it's a lot with a lot. But when you make a stand, when you're on your square, ain't nothing's coming in the circle. And this is how you have to deal with everything. So the words from Prophet Noble Drew Ali: do not call yourselves Black, African Americans, Ethiopians, or any of the slave titles. You ain't got to repeat that to me ever again. And anything that comes along with it. Then we're taught that the only reason why we're in these problems is because of these contracts that we sign. Contracts, they make offers and then we accept the offer. That's the trap. Oh, so now I hear their offers. Nope, no, thank you. No, you keep that. No, hey, how you doing? I'm doing very well. Don't need anything you got over there. So, this is a life and a way of life. And if we say that we're the parents of these religions and stuff, then we got to learn how to hear the truth in all of them. And we got to learn how to hear the lie in all of them. 80% truth, 20% lie. In everything that they've written since Reconstruction period, you're going to get 80% truth, 20% lie, and that 20% is going to make you Black, African American, Puerto Rican, Jamaican, and something else, Caribbean, and something else, and something else. I yield the floor.
Wait.
Go ahead.
No, no, don't yield the floor. Say it two more times. You got to hear the lie in your faith. Please say that again for the people in the back. That's all.
You have to hear the lies in your religions, in your faith, in your way of life. You have to hear the lies in your way of life and in your religions. And you have to hear, like, so we know the media is a psychological effect on us. Well, ever since the Bible, and that's the beginning of time. I don't think the Bible is the beginning of time, but I've been told that it is, which makes this existence 10,000 years old when we know it's older than that. But the Bible, okay, well, ever since the Bible came out, those people with dark skin, you've been abused ever since the Bible. You've been abused. You've been talked about, put down, ridiculed ever since the Bible. And even if you read the story of Jacob and Esau, Jacob is holding on to Esau's ankle. What's that about? Why Jacob holding on to Esau's ankle? And then later on, my Dukes, wasn't she? She helped that boy lie to the dad who was blind about which child it was. Helped him put a little rug over him or something so that when dad rubbed him, he thought it was Esau and stole his blessings. And then this is who your God decided to help out was Jacob and give Jacob something. And Jacob already a thief and taking things don't belong to him. And this is your God. I don't know. It don't. Thou shalt not kill. However, if they're pagans and they love their mothers, you may take out the whole family. If they don't follow what we tell them, Allahu Akbar, if they don't pay the taxes or follow what we told them, we have a right to make jihad. I know you don't. No, only Allah can call a jihad. The Creator will not call a jihad. Not in this manner. You know, we might have an earthquake, people pass jihad. We might have a flood, people pass jihad. For you and I to pick up weapons and then say it's a jihad, that's savagery. You have to know the lies in your religion. You have to know the different customs that surround your religions. And then you have to know that our people made these religions to try to teach these people discipline. We didn't try to civilize them. We tried to give them discipline through religions. And they just but we did this to ourselves after Reconstruction by turning ourselves into blacks, African Americans, Jamaicans, Puerto Ricans, Ethiopians, Caribbeans, all these things. We done this to ourselves. Stop blaming people that you think are the white man and you call the white man. I yield the floor.
Okay, so that was good. And very in depth. And I think you kind of brought yourself back around to where you started, and you were talking about basically I put getting to the money. So people they think that this transition in life from that mind of subject to that our time of freedom, basically free minded, has something to do with the trust or the money, and it's much deeper than that. And so you started out talking about how they come into this knowledge and information, and they bypass everything that it takes for them to uh, rearrange their thought process. Rather, they want to get to the trust or get to the money. So they lose the whole righteous concept of moving forward in unity because they're only thinking about the money. And so all of this, so it's really pushing me. This conversation here is pushing me to want to go into the Reconstruction era and those things that were going on during that time. So it seems like to me that the conversation has uh, well roundedly expressed. I'm just gonna say stargazing, right? So I just did a song, stargazing, and this represents wanting something that you have been wishing for, and and how you can see it in your own eyes, looking in the mirror, and what you see in the mirror is the reflection. And so it was stated that the mother of truth. Okay, so I wrote these notes down. The mother of truth is connected to Kether, and mother is the reflection of self, as we are the alchemists, right? So this was a few things that I had wrote down. Uh, and so I'm gonna leave it there, and I'm gonna play this song, and then we hop back into it. So this is Stargazing. This is I just did this song this past week. So listen with kind ears. And remember, it's a delay, L, yeah. Hey, look. Can we pretend that airplanes in the night skies are like shooting stars? I could really use a wish right now. Pretend that airplanes in night skies are like shooting stars. I can really use a wish right now. A wish right now. Can we pretend that airplanes in night skies are like shooting stars? I can really use a wish right now. A wish right now. Working 9 to 5, hustling hard, I'm on my grind. Working hard to stay alive, wanna thrive, not just survive. Live long with a peace of mind, won't let you waste my time. Hustle hard, grind smarter, working day and night. Opportunities knocking, my energy rocking. Ain't no doors locking, we building up what's poppin'. Hustling and grinding. Hustle and grinding. Can we pretend that airplanes in the sky? That airplanes in night skies are like shooting stars. I can really use a wish right now. A wish right now. Can we pretend that airplanes in night skies are like shooting stars? I can really use a wish right now. A wish right now. Coming from humble beginnings, now I'm reaching for the stars. I don't care who sees the struggle, I'm tired of hiding my scars. Hustle and grinding. Here I stand as a product of my grind. To the top of the mountain I will climb. Success will divinely align with the path of least resistance. Coasting through the air, taking flight in the fight for life. Stargazing, looking at my own reflection in the mirror. In a clean state, it's time to elevate like a shooting star. Stargazing. That airplanes and night skies are like shooting stars. I can really use a wish right now. A wish right now. I'm stargazing. That airplanes and night on my hustle and grind. Watch me shine. Right now. I'm stargazing. Hustle and grind. Watch me shine. Success will be mine. It's heavenly and divine. I can really use a wish right now. airplanes in the night skies. Hustle and grind. Hustle and grind. Thank you very much.
Banging.
Fire. That
Moshe,
reflection bar. That reflection bar. That solar gas.
you you checking out, Moshe?
Yes. I gotta go with the family, but I am gonna come back. Thank y'all for
Peace and
having
love,
me.
cuz.
Man,
Thank
we're
you.
gonna
Thank you
do
for coming
way
on,
more.
man.
Thank y'all. This was very, very needed for me. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Peace and love. Kiss Sour for me.
Nice to
Love
meet you.
y'all.
Conversation is on fire.
So he does HSE Entertainment TV. That's what he didn't shout it out before he hung up. If you didn't hang up, come on here. Yep, he hung up. HSE Entertainment TV. That's a picture of him and his wife, my little cousin, together on the cover of it. And that's basically how his teachings go and the things that he talks about.
I'm gonna
And
have
he'll
to
take
tune
pictures.
in.
Yeah, he's a good guy. Good guy.
That was really interesting. And it was like I was like, oh man, I'm gonna have to watch this back again and like rewind, 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 rewind because he says so much in such a short time, and it was like you could tell that he was outside of this physical body in that message. So that was awesome. That was amazing.
Yeah, so that example of like he's married to my cousin, but in our family, when we men talk, ever since we were children, these were the levels that we talked on because we grew up in the Nation of Islam and we were taught that we was a nation, and so we felt like we was kings and stuff, and that's how we talked to each other like we were supposed. But we kept slipping into the we're black and African American phases, which demoted us, and we didn't know. So now, with all this new information, we started looking outside of the religions and started seeing this other stuff, but in all our different ways of seeing it. And then when we started talking to each other, we was like, oh, you're saying the same thing. So, just in a different way. And so that like bonded us for this type of movement beyond what we was bonded for before. But our conversations have always been like this. They've always been this intense. We've always gone to the table and like our family reunions, we would the men would end up in a political conversation. We grew up watching The Godfather. And at a certain point in The Godfather, they always went to the table and had a meeting at a family gathering. So that was me and my brother's example of what men do and how we should do. So at our family gatherings, we was always at the table having a business meeting in between, just before, right after. And so yeah, that when you came around, that's what you got introduced to.
Okay, yeah, because I'm like, this is the type of conversation you having. This is what your conversations be like because um that's just like continuous growth and development, and that's the right type of energy to be in when the children are in earshot. We may not think that they're paying attention because we're not talking directly to them, but they're more intrigued by learning how to be this thing we call adult. And so of course they're interested in learning, because weren't you interested as a child in what the grown-ups was doing when the grown-ups would put you, hey, children in the back, you know what I'm saying, and all the grown folks out there, ha ha ha, having a good time. Well, that's where all the food at, you know what I'm saying. You smell the smells and the aromas of marijuana in the air, and everybody dancing, and you know what I'm saying, everything all going on, everything fun. So you can still, we can have those types of um events and aromas in the air, and have this conversation, this intellectually based communication that the children can learn from, because there's no way that you and he being Moshe, just popped up into this mindset like this. There's no way. This is something that was happening in front of you every day, and that's evident in your walk in life. And so, yeah, he said something like, I was trying to capture a lot of things that was being said in the moment as I was feeling what was being stated. So walking in spirit. And he said we don't use the G sound. So I was like, oh man, we become the holy host. And so we host the Holy Spirit when we have created this environment for the Holy Spirit to exist in. That's just like when your body is alkaline versus your body being acidic. Things that can thrive in an acidic body are things that are not healthy, things that will bring you illness. But when your body is alkaline, then those things cannot breed and live in that alkaline environment. So that's like the Holy Host and the Holy Spirit. You must be a vessel of holiness and righteousness based on your thoughts, because what's in your thoughts take hold in your heart, and what's in your heart you use your hands to perform or to execute or to exercise, to put into action what you feel in your heart. And so I'm gonna look up Ephesians 5 where he's talking about the temple of the Lord. And so the temple, we have the temple right here. Why do they call this the temple? And this is in the same area of the pineal gland, right? So when we're not existing in an alkaline environment, then the calcification happens within the pineal gland first. Or it's happening throughout the body. But when the pineal gland is affected by this calcified situation, nothing is sparking. It's like we are electric beings, and it's like the pineal is the breaker box for everything electric in the body. And so if we're not basically honing in on the electric part of who we are, we're missing the point. And I don't know if I got off, because I'm just kind of rambling on a lot of different things that are coming into my mind. But like you said, we are the alchemists. And in order to be the alchemist, we must understand the chemical makeup, balance, and imbalance within self. And so the alchemist is a scientist of self. And I was just telling my brother the other day, I was like, when we're in school, they don't they show you the periodic table, but the periodic table is nothing like what it is. It's in these boxes, it's in these codes, And you got to know the code to understand the mineral or vitamin it's pertaining to. You got to know how that schedule is set up based on the things that work well together and the things that alternatively offset the other. And so there's things that match and there's things that are there because they need to be there, but they don't match with anything else because it throws off the integrity of that particular compound or component or mineral within the body. Now, uh, excuse me, I have this understanding that we are the periodic table. The entire time, our makeup of matter is within the periodic table, and we were never taught that. I don't remember anyone ever making the periodic table something that we had to know. You had to be in advanced classes. And then how about this? School doesn't even require you to take up science. Science is not a requirement in school. Like not the way science used to be. They still test you on the science subject of the subject of science. But my daughter is going into the 10th grade, and in the school she's in, they have a science class, but she's not required to take it, and I'm confused about that. And so when she was in private school or private home school with time for learning, she had to do science. So that just that's the difference in a homeschool education versus a public education. They can take things out and say, well, you don't really need that. But the homeschooling programs always have a science component that is required to take. And so it's a lot of reading. And so, and things like that. But anyway, I'm getting off of that. Um, you said you got to hear the lies in your religion, in your faith, in your life. And I totally agree with that because this is where people get so caught up in their own mindset. Why do people hold on to these things? And it's like maybe maybe because that was the first place that they begin to see themselves, and then they are arrested by emotions of anger and rage for those things rather than understanding that that was a time period and those that went through that struggle were built for that struggle. But the movement has continued to move forward because without that we wouldn't be where we are today. And I like the way you said that we have been abused. That is what exactly what it has been. It has been abuse. And so now that we are abusing ourselves, they don't need to impose physical abuse. The system has been established. Now, if you can trace back into time the beginning of that struggle, of those struggles, historically, if we can pinpoint those dates and times and things that were going on in a multitude of resources that connect into the same eras, we can see proof of the abuse. Why are we just staying stuck at the abuse? Why are we not able to go back to before the abuse happened and get into that mindset? Because we had to be something of greatness. Because who goes after the people doing nothing? Who goes after the people who are not standing and speaking in greatness? Who goes after them?
So wait, can we further that?
Yes,
When
please.
when we talk about rich lands, oh, Africa has this. Well, how come they didn't go do in Africa what they did over here then? If the land was so rich, if it had this, that, and the other thing, if it was more beneficial to your existence, then they would have went there. But Africa is not more beneficial to your existence. Here was more beneficial. And this is why they came here to get food and clothing and to make wealth for themselves. They came here. And on this land, I challenge everyone on this land, you will find the same things on this land that you'll find on every other land. You know why? Because it's land. Now, yeah, the sun might the heat of the sun might make certain minerals more or less here or there. But this land is as rich, if not richer, than what you call Africa. This land has always been the greatest land on the earth, the number one place to be. And that's why they came here. This used to be Atlantis. This used to be all the great names of any kingdoms they want to talk about. They were here, and that's why they came here, because this place was very rich in its land and in its people and in its culture, and that was us and our family. So yes, man, that was a good point right there, and I just had to add that in there about if Africa was so rich, then why they come over here and do what they did.
Absolutely. And you made me think of when you spoke about the land and agriculture and what you just said. I was thinking, they stop growing things here, or we think they're not growing things on this land because the sticker they put on it says that it was grown in Chile or Venezuela or somewhere in South Central America, uh, or even India. You know what I'm saying? Now, I don't ever see Indian people eating fruits. Uh, they're or even people from, I don't know what people eat and where they're from. My point in saying is when things are displayed on the types of food that is being eaten, it's nothing of the sort. And this is no diss or anything like this, but the body odor doesn't reflect the eating of fruits either, and it's very strong across the board. And so what just came to me after saying that is there was a video, and I think it would be good if we played that. It's Frank Burrell in the Missouri Missouri Museum, historical museum, and it was a map there that he was showing on camera of all the different places that we now believe to be overseas, and how all those places existed right here. So What if the old maps are still being used? The old borders and territories of the times before slavery are still being used, and they can they can accurately say that something is coming from China when it's really within this land right here, and that the China over there are the hybrid people that they have created in order to differentiate that land from the natural true land. Yeah.
So, in all of our provinces, they have these things called free trade zones where you won't be taxed. Like, let's say you wanted a car, you wanted to bring in a car to sell. Instead of having a car brought in from somewhere, you bring it in pieces and you put it together in the warehouse. And then when you sell it, your taxes are decreased by X amount. You won't be the tariff that would normally get taxed for a car come in isn't charged to you. So even with those free trade zones, a system like that is $1 million system where it's coming from China, but China is here. And now we gave you a free trade zone to where you think it's coming in off a ship in China, and it's going to come over here from Nevada, and now you're going to build it in Louisiana, thinking it came from China over there. And so somebody peep game, and now we got these free trade zones in all of our provinces, and that was something I was saying we should all be looking into our free trade zones.
That's very interesting. Free trade zones. I had never heard that term before, and so I'm not saying that because I haven't heard it. No one has heard it, but I can guarantee a lot of people that would be new information. And in that new information, if we understand what that means, and not only what that means, but we should have another conversation offline in reference to building upon that information so we can share, and not only share but use. So anyway, free trade zones, yeah, because that goes right in hand with a make some trust, and the plan for a make some trust, and so that should be also a part of it. So and okay, so like you was just saying, right? Have you ever looked at the back of a package and it say made in China, but manufactured in Las Vegas and shipped from California? Like there's like three different locations that they list. You have to look at the tags on things. And the thing it be having I be because it never dawned on me until right now what you just said and what I have seen before with my own eyes, and I'm like, how is it from here, here, and here? But each place that that product is stopped or held or stocked have to have acknowledgement on the product. That's their tracking system. So yeah, that's a big market. And understanding uh trade and what is it? Supply and demand, and where. The
Supply and demand is fake.
okay, please explain.
Uh, okay, so supply and demand is really needs and wants. Economics is the study of how resources are used. And when I say resources, I mean rivers, lakes, oceans, a cup of water. Economics is the study of how many sips you take out of your cup of water. That's what economics is. That's why when I talk about these things, I always get upset and say things like economics is not money. Do not tell me economics and then start talking to me about how much money you gonna make in your economics, lifting everybody up financially. You're having the wrong conversation. So within the realm of economics is where we start studying supply and demand. The way that they constructed it, they have the supply and you're being hungry is the demand. So it's a choking supply and demand that they are using that could be easily satisfied, except they have something else in economics saying, not rare. The word is not rare, scarce. Things are scarce. Well, this is when I say, well, didn't the creator tell us something about abundance? So, okay. So now they said it's scarce in economics. The only thing that's scarce in economics now is the money. When I consider how much water people are drinking out of their own personal cup, that ain't scarce. If they're taking one sip a day and they're living and they're going out exercising, I'm not mad at them for taking one sip a day. Are you going to try to make them take 3 sips a day or something? What difference does it make? But you're studying these actions and lack of actions to put a dollar value on products and now services for people and or for divine beings. And so supply and demand is fake because the supply is not equally shared. It's never equally shared when we all have the same demand. Supply means you and your team got it, I got to come and get it. Y'all made a system where the only way we get it is by paying for it with some type of currency where you decide how much of that currency it's going to cost. Where is it going to be put? Because of supply, we decide how much it's going to be cost, how much of it is going here, how much of it is going there, who will get the first option to buy, who will get the second level to buy, who will be just messed up and not have any options. We make these decisions within the supply. So supply and demand is an excuse for me to hold you back and hold you down and not allow you to enjoy the benefits of existence that the creator made. Because we put in the idea of scarcity with supply and demand, and your hunger is demand. You freezing outside is demand. You not having proper clothing is demand. In order to feel good about all of this is demand. And this demand is not like you there's food there, I got hungry because it ran out. It's more like, is food there, I can't have none unless I pay for it. And if I don't pay for it, then I'm hungry, I'm starving. If I don't pay for it, I don't get shelter. If I don't pay for it, I don't get clothes. This is the real story of supply and demand, which turns into the word consumer, where to consume means to use something up, So at the end of the harvest season, the end of it, I would like to know the average one of us came with you, went out to the farm at the end of the harvest season. How much of the harvest do you think you would just go pick up and bring home for free? Then you are not the consumer. You are still a hunter-gatherer. And once or twice a month, we all go to the grocery store to go hunt and gather. You have a shopping list in your hand. You walk up and down the aisles. That's like walking through the bushes, picking stuff. You're walking up and down the aisles. You're reading stuff. That's like standing outside, squeezing the fruit and stuff like that, making sure it's straight. And then you're walking over to the meat. The only thing you ain't got to do is shoot the meat and kill it and cut it up anymore, because now it's done in parts for you. But you walk over to where the meat is and you select the meat that you want. You're still a hunter-gatherer. This new consumer technology, social growth, it doesn't exist. It's an imaginative idea. The only reason why you got canned food is because of armies, military. The only reason why you have big roads and highways is because of military. The only reason why you have projects is because of military. The only reason why we have the majority of the stuff that we have is because of military. Hardly anything has been shown to us has been done for fun. It's all been done to advance war. Even the mail system was done to advance war. And this is not to say that our people didn't have war, a mail system, and all of those different things. But we didn't destroy the land to get things done. We didn't destroy the oceans and the seas and and by 1492, when they came here, I mean, we had, like I said, we had the mail system and wars and stuff, right? But then when they came, they was like, by George, there's food here. There's food everywhere. It's swimming at our feet. When we walk up on the land, we see rabbits hopping. We see turkeys over there. We see chickens over there. This place is beautiful. Buffalo. So we had a different care system for the environment that we applied to ourselves, which is why we had the abundance and kept the abundance on the land. And if you study economics and ask, like, when was a time when man was most efficient? They tell you the hunter-gatherer period. When did women have most respect? Back in Egypt. Women were conquerors. They were leaders. They were rulers. Back in Egypt. That wasn't, listen, y'all, I'm under the impression that somewhere somebody lied to us about 10,000 years of existence. Somebody lied. I'm not going to say who yet. As I go on, I will. But somebody lied about 10. So what I'm actually saying to you is, from that time that they said we got out of slavery, airplanes, cars, trains, buildings they were already built. All of these things were already built. They just needed somebody to come along. And so they put their colleges together and had somebody come out and they gave them a blueprint. They put it together and another team put it together. And then they built a blueprint computer and stuff. Remember, you ever hear fantasy stories about the crystal ball? Right now, we're all looking into a crystal ball. These things already existed. They told us they did. They called them something else stuff. And they told us fantastic stories and surrounded them with fantastic things about things that already existed and were already done. And this is our second time with not an apple in our hand, but an apple computer in our hand. Some of the songs, like from Elvis to Bobby Brown to all the different songs, to me, they're a repeat. Somewhere we're in a loop. And these people are saying to their progeny, So in the next 50, 60 years, yeah, we're going to take it back here, and then you're to continue, and then you're to have people come out and sing these group of songs. Don't worry, the people will love them. They're dumb. The people will love this song. Hound Dog, Blue Suede Shoes, My Prerogative. Don't worry, the people will love them. You bring it out at this time. Don't worry, the political progeny of us was taught to do this and do that and say this, and our religious people are going to do this and do that, and then you do this, and then, yeah, you give this to this one and that one and that one, and no, you'll always be in charge of this technology stuff right here. So then, therefore, you hold off, and then you give this up. It's a plot and a plan that they already running on us. They done set up 250 years in advance on us. And we sit back and grumble over religion? I yield the floor.
You're right. All this going on, and the people are stuck in arguments based on religiosity. Also, another factor in which is a part of man-made creation, because we still can exist without religion. We don't need that to be here, to be who we are. So, yeah. So, okay. So, transitioning. I have been in communication with Sunstar Daniel Phillips, and he was in communication with another side star, and he was trying to find the words, and he was like, I looked in my inbox and you had sent the song, and it was exactly what I was trying to say, and it was like you had already said it, so I was just like sent it to her. So and I was like, yeah, that's what's supposed to be. So I put a lot of different aspects of our communication together and created this song. And he calls himself GD90019. And so and he's also been named the chief of defense. And when I was like, I know he has a title, so I go and I look and find the title, and I'm like, that is perfect. That is a perfect title. Like, and this is before, we had this discussion and this announcement for his position and role. And so everything had come to me. I'm like, okay, I got the song. And so we talked about Love Era, which is his mother, Lavera. And that's what is keeping him grounded in the motion forward. And so it's through love. So I created this song to give honor and acknowledgement to this sun star for being who he is, and to also empower him and encourage him, and to introduce him to we the people in a new wave of thinking. And so his name is in the book. But so here we go. If you want to go ahead and play that now.
Mobile Studio, straight out of Tucson into Mobile,
Say Jack, that beat all the way returned.
Hold on, it ain't gonna go right.
I'm trying to tell you, it ain't gonna go right.
Yes.
If you freeze up, you fucked up. If you bucked up, then knocked up. You gotta get dirty to grow up and break through into the love era. On the line with GD90019. Daniel Phillips putting the do it to it. Let karma handle lightweights. Staying radio silent imposters. Ducking and dodging. GD90019 in position to end the grand illusion on the front line, exposing truth and love. It's the love era. Soul survivor, a real general in the streets. He stands alone in reality. His posse's deep. We come in fleets. With us it's war against the gods and goddesses. Ain't no war with us. It's survival of the fittest. We stay lit If you freeze up, you fucked up. If you buck up, then knuck up. You gotta get dirty to grow up and break through into the love era. Open your eyes, see the world for what it truly is. Daniel speaking the truth with knowledge and wisdom, moving like the supply and demand. Protector on the land in the love era. Daniel Phillips is a great man who understands the mission at hand and assignment on the land, building with other great men, protecting the matriarch. He's not afraid to take a stand for love, truth, peace, freedom and justice, the supply and demand. A soul survivor of highs and lows. Freeze up with twists and turns, don't make him step you fucked up. If you freeze up, you're fucked up. If you buck up, then knuck up. You gotta get dirty to grow up and break through into the love era. Trials on every stage, learning not to deal with ignorance and rage. Is the love era on the stage? We on a new page, tread lightly on the new waves. It's too easy to revert back to old ways. It ain't going right if you make them step to you. It's going left stage, coming through on a new wave of thinking, traveling across the land, going where the resources are to enhance what he got going on for the betterment of the collective whole. He sparks flames like a Flintstone, looking for the right material to strike through contact and engagement, because he knows he is who, the one who can ignite the desire in others to keep them moving with boots on the ground. Nation building. Nation building with the empire of Nubia as the chief of defense. He's promising ordinary, delivering extraordinary, expecting the shock and awe.
Did he surprise you?
Don't make him step to you.
Islamism, but I'm gonna say it. You cuss. You cuss good and hard too.
I did.
You cuss. Okay, so we want to be careful with that because we want to play other people's music. We don't want all that cussing up in there and all of that. But since she did cuss, people are gonna want to play their music and they're gonna want to hear themselves cuss too. And we can't tell everybody no. So we're gonna have to put a cap on cussing or explain how we're gonna accept cussing and and in what way. We got to be fair to everybody.
That's fair. And I know. And so it was no other way to do it because that's how it came out in conversation. And I was like, okay. And it happened like that.
And you're good at that too. I like the way you take the moment and you put it on wax. I like that moment. And now that brother is forever immortalized too, along with everything else. You know we're gonna all get you back, right? We're gonna all immortalize you too.
Oh. I want to see the day.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You deserve it.
Gratitude.
Yeah. All right.
Appreciate love. For sure.
But yes, ma'am. So, because I heard you mention supply and demand within the song too. And in our scene, the false world. Yeah, we have to see the lies that were told us and how they were told to us, and then how the lies got backed up through all their different institutions, teachers, professors. Everybody got in on the act. Some innocently, genuinely innocent, others nefariously and knowing that they were misleading. So yeah, we have a long way to go, but it could be short if when people just grab on. Like I was given an incident where it was made to seem as if USAR was trying to encroach on making money. I mean, I'm gonna say exactly what it is: make encroach on pay size by making money that would be established for. No, they won't. USAR was already spoken to, and I'm not saying USAR said it. Somebody said it to me, but no, they won't. USAR was spoken to. USAR was told the same thing all these other sheiks were told. I'm here. I'm not dealing like y'all. I'm in the middle of everybody. So I come in any of y'all temples and I'm home. And that's anybody's temple. And I'm home. Tell me anything. And as far as the pay size go, we're in a trust. And I told y'all about the pay size and y'all said no. And I told you every last single one of them temples that I visited, I'm writing you in. When I write up the laws and stuff and the pay, I'm writing you in. And everybody said, okay, right? So you're written in. You're already written in. And you saw, who do you think going to train all our marshals? The FBI only comes out of one place. Why are we trying to have every temple do the same thing? USAR is the one pumping up the marshals. Let USAR be the marshals. That's where they go get trained. He's now like the FBI with us. He has the marshals over there in Chicago. What are we trying to step on each other's toes for? We're acting like everybody else. Oh, competition. Competition in what? Don't the police aren't enough competition for us in 50 states, 52 states that they outlined? The police ain't enough competition. Dirty businessmen ain't enough competition. We got to give each other competition instead of supporting each other's moves and building up our nation for our progeny. No, I'm not at argument at arms with anybody. And I'm not going to let anybody be at arms with me nor stand in the way of progress being made for things said and done that everybody knows, that everybody knows. Anything after that, I'm not even stating on. I yield the floor.
Okay. Um, I agree that those who are already doing certain things or already operating in a certain fashion, uh, allow them to be who they are and not compete. Okay, so say for instance, we get when we get to this point of operation where we have people in multiple areas, and the uh, PESA system allows us to move currency around, and those people coming in who are not in the areas of this training facility, either the people from that area can go to the group of people once they have so many people and train them where they are, or several or few people go to where the training facility is and train with them if they have, and we support one another on the development of those facilities or operations to take place. And so it's like there's a hub or certain areas. You know, we don't have to move around, but people can come to you or you go to them for the proper training and understand that this is a connection of operations. And when you are with them, you do what they do. You learn what they are doing. That's the whole point of training. You live amongst those that you are learning from and learning through. And so there's no judgment there. It can only be respect there, because if you want what they got, you got to go be willing to go and get it from them. And it's like, it's not reading books anymore. We are the living books. So if we're watching one another, we're reading the books of others, and we're creating our story, whatever our is in that space, our story. There's not just one our story. There's not just, my story, because my story with your story combined is our story of a new wave of thinking. So anytime we're talking about a new wave of thinking, this is mine and your story. This is our story. And you can see the creation and the build up of our story right here on a new wave of thinking. We have created a new entity that encompasses the both of our minds. You know what I'm saying? And so it's the same thing when we're just like Sunstar Moshe came on tonight. He's now a part of our story. And so it just keeps growing. The more people that come on and accept the invitation to join. We didn't ask for any money. You didn't have to bring anything to the table except your intellectual property that you were willing to give and share with the people. And so this is to awaken.
Can we define that a little bit more? So now I have to put on my part and parcel hat. I I'll say that for another time. But I should get up and put my hat on.
That's
Part and
right. That's
parcel.
correct. You're putting on a different
When
hat
you
now.
come,
You're operating in another
yes, ma'am.
fashion now.
Yes, ma'am. And this is industry and manufacturing. And the first thing that we need built is our government, our departments in our government. And so there's 12 of them. We have a list, and it's the same departments any other government would have. Any other government, it's the same departments. And so we need people to fill those positions. And when you come in and fill those positions, like, we can set you the goals and stuff that we want. But whatever department you come in, you should have goals within for that department, for our future. You should have it. You're not just coming in to do something we want. You're coming in to build something with us. Build yourself with us so that we can build for the future. So what your goal, what you're thinking is just as much on the table. Here's the only parameters that you're being held to. Whatever you produce, it has to uplift fallen humanity. It has to be done in love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. And we're taking off all the slave shackles. We ain't black, African American, Negro, colored, Ethiopian, Jamaican, none of that. We're not none of Caribbean. We're not none of that. None of that. We're aboriginals of this land. I'm a Moor. I proclaim my nationality as a Moor. They're the only ones with a treaty with the United States. So you can name all the other ones, or name all the other ones. They either had a treaty or they have a treaty that's been broken with the United States, except the Moors, and we can show Hillary Clinton and Obama admitting that. So operating from the treaty. Now, your family, you and your family, Cherokee, Blackfoot, Algonquin, Wampanoag, all of that counts as far as being a Moor. Your religion doesn't matter. That's your religion. You and your family, y'all are Muslims, y'all are Christians, y'all are Israelite, all that's your business. We're not talking, Brother Darrow, we're not arguing with you about that. We're not arguing with you about that at all. Much love to a Waspe. However, the lawful names, Brother Darrell Cosmon, the lawful names that go on our documents, it will at no time, no way will we ever put the word Negro on our documents to clarify who we are because of the lawful terms of these terms that are used. And I saw the whole presentation from I believe it was you, brother, or your brother, because y'all sound alike, man. Y'all sound so much alike. Oh my goodness. I think I'm listening to you, and then I realized, oh no, wait a minute. But we cannot, as Moors, no more will sign on to being a Negro. Our value in a WASPE is that it's a part of our essence and our ancestors and where we all come from. And we know this for a fact by what a WASPE teaches. But what a WASPE calling us Negroes in that book being published in 1882, now I'm bringing up the book because at that time, calling us Negroes was part of their job. And in order to publish a book, that's what they did. They used these terms. And so they took another part of our essence and put that in the book of how we come up with the word Negro. And I also rock off the words of Naga and Negus is where they got nigger from. Negre, negra, negros in the Latin tongue means black. So there's a lot of places that they got that term from. But on this land, that term is an unlawful term towards us. And so we cannot ascribe to it, and it will not be on any of our documents, and we cannot sign any documents with the term Negro on it describing us as people. We all have to clarify how far we go with things. And I'm going to say this again. I wrote it. I don't know if anybody read it. By the way that we formalize this organization amongst us, you're not a member of the Moorish Science Temple. You're not expected to be a member of the Moorish Science Temple. And ain't nobody got, and then when you tell them about this, that, and other thing, and they're like, well, that's the more, no. Brother Caesar, Brother Elias said, Sunstar Elias said, no, it's not. That's what y'all made it. That's what y'all made it. So you get your dues. So you get paid. That ain't what it gotta be, not if we're a nation, not if we're building a government. That ain't gotta be what it be. We have a trust. And I said it's organized wrong. It's being facilitated wrong. It's being administered wrong. I'm gonna do it the right way with all the laws in place. That's the intention of my intention. We're gonna walk out of here. When I go rest, when I'm reborn to the other side, when I go see what the rest of this existence is about, probably where I left off before I got here. But when I go see what the rest of this is about, whoever's left, you will be able to walk around and say, you know, you're the this and you're the that, and we run our own. I'm a governor, and I govern this province, and I run. And so provinces, Brother Moshe and Brother Amir are in Province 5. And so they will have to share the governance of that province right there. While brother Daryl Cosmon is on, like I said, this brother does a lot. He's hard to keep up with. Hold up, brother Daryl Cosmon, you and your family. I'm about to tell you what province you're in. Okay, sometimes my eyes get screwy in my head. Give me 1 second, please, and I will tell you. Look at the face, brother Daryl Cosmon. He said, huh? So, in our governance, the United States ain't the United States the way we see it. It's the United States. That's their corporation. That's how they see it. But the way we see our land, you're in Minnesota. You're in Province 3. Arkansas, Iowa, Minnesota, Missouri, Nebraska, North and South Dakota. That's a salute emoji. Okay, yes, sir. Yes, sir. That is that's your province. That's your area. Whatever you do, like you have the whole nation, but whatever that's your area, you and your family. Y'all are the lords there. Y'all are the ones when we come into those areas. Yes, sir. Province 3. When we come into those areas, we looking to see your family and your people. And security is with you and your people in those areas and what y'all build up over there. And so based on these things, we all need to start having real meetings at least once a week. So like right now, we're usually on for 5 hours, right? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 5 hours. And so, yes, we did. We spoke on them, but right now we're getting some clarification. So that's 1 hour a day of a meeting that we do on this show by doing 5 hours. We did one every day. We had a meeting for the week, and we try to keep us up to speed on what we're doing and how things are seen. And so thank you for joining. Thank you for being here. Thank you for hearing, seeing. Thank you to you and your families for any assistance. And when we say assistance, we're not talking about money. Like and subscribe. We are going to ask you to do that. But assistance is outside of this media platform. They're going to know us. Outside of this media platform, all of our names are going on some documents, even if all of our signatures can't be there. See, that's the beautiful thing about this emails and stuff like that, right? We could build a link of agreements through the emails, and then these things are going to the government, not the government, the governments, wherever they call themselves a government. And we got document beyond document beyond document to back up everything and verify everything that we're saying. And if you haven't read and seen these documents, then that's part of a problem for us. Documents. Haile Selassie I wrote a document to the United Nations. And so without even reading it, we adopt Haile Selassie I's document that he wrote to the United Nations. I don't recall, I think it's Addis Ababa. We adopt that document that he wrote to the United Nations and any of the other work that he has done. All of this is a part of our nation and our nationalism and who we are. And all of these things, they got us the Pledge of Allegiance, the Bill of Rights, and all of that. So we got documents too. We got books too that we are standing on. So, and our attempt is to be universal in it all. international in it all. So and this how our leaders, everything we're learning is, or it teaches us to be. So okay, I yield the floor.
Okay, yeah, that was a lot. I want to say this. I like the fact that you stated this mode of communication is for basically you spoke in a futuristic way. And I said, speaking to the future viewers is important because you said the when you were speaking on the provinces, and I was over here writing that we need to get a diagram roster to show the departments who holds those spaces and a separate roster of those who support directly the individuals in those spaces. And that will begin our operating. So it's evident that we are growing. We do have, even though we show up here like this and one person may come, there's a whole plethora of people with those individuals. You know what I'm saying? Family members, friends, associates, acquaintances, whatever, in time of building to get to the point in which they have gotten. So we all have that. We came here with that. And so I think that'll be important. And just like you said, meeting times and coming together, you know. So once people see that there's a position here and it's been filled by this person, that person, if they don't show up to the meetings, then they no longer can hold those positions because you can't hold a position you're not participating in. And so it basically accountability. And so it would be, when we know how to reach and contact one another, it becomes more real. It's not just on the internet. We're not just having a conversation here. We're not just talking. We're not just coming here and introducing new ideas and thoughts, putting it on here all this time that we spend here for kicks and giggles. We are really doing this. This is real. Um, and so, like I was telling you earlier, I've been real tired lately. And so it's not like I'm just sleeping all day because I had to tell myself, hey, I got up early today. You know what I'm saying? I went on ahead and did what I needed to do outside the house, come back and I straighten up and cook breakfast, well, brunch, and straighten up the behind myself, whatever. But after all of that, I was tired, and I know that the show is tonight. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, I can't keep moving and doing all these things that I'm doing and then not be mentally prepared for tonight. So I took a nap. And when I woke up, it was like almost 6 o'clock. And I was like, oh my goodness. But I had already had in my mind, what I had spoken in the beginning, coming into the show. And then I already know it don't matter what we playing. It don't matter what we plan to talk about or discuss. It's always going to go deeper and wider than our minds could fathom because we save our energy for this moment right here. And even if we do speak seldomly through the week before this Thursday night discussion or communication, we be on something totally different. You know what I'm saying? And then by the time we come to the show, it don't even be on that. We just kind of like highlight and hint. But you know what I'm saying? I really like the development of everything and the fact that it's so spontaneous. Like it's a planned spontaneity of sparked ideas and thoughts and communication. And so a new wave of thinking. You can't measure the waves that happen um based off the last wave. This wave may be bigger and or it may be smaller. You said something that I wanted to point out. What was it that I wanted to ask you to go into? Maybe um, I think that was it. Just speaking to the future, and then you know how creating the that's something that we just that's the administrative side of things. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna have to buckle down and get into the administrative parts of things, and it's really gonna make me sit down and focus. And so if it doesn't happen, it's not going to happen, and we can't expect someone to come in and create from what we have already created. We must set the stage for those who are to come that can assist have art they begin to assist after the creation of, and that makes it a lot easier because it can be frustrating to come up with things and that may not be your strong points. You know what I'm saying? When I was in the army, I worked in I was an adjutant general, a administrative personnel, human resource management type deal. And so I had to do a lot of these things that are required to be done here, what I'm speaking on right now. And it was like building formations, and the roster is how we kept up with one another. Like we would have these roll calls, and the roll call, everybody had a roster, a diagram of you got the commander, the first sergeant, the you know the higher echelon, and then you got each platoon and the squad leaders for those platoons and all the individual personnel that fell into those squads within that platoon. All our numbers had to be listed. So if we ever had to get in touch with anyone, we all had this roster to communicate with the entire unit. And so I think it's important and it's relevant to have that type of accountability, because if something happens, then we can all get in touch with someone, and then everybody's supposed to call, and then the last person is supposed to call the squad leader to let them know that the and squad leader reports that everyone on the roster has been uh in communication, and if someone doesn't answer their phone or doesn't get back in a such amount of time, the command group is going to their residence to check on them and see what's going on and why they're not calling back. So we will have these things every now and then, and what we call the roll call. So I think it's important that we have something like that, so we're always in communication. You know, not just here, but also, and I like the fact that there was something else that I wanted to say. I wanted to share with you. I don't know. And it's hiding itself from me for a reason, because maybe I'm not supposed to say it, or it's not the right time. I don't know. But anyway, I don't have much else to say. So I yield the floor. If you want to come on, or you want to hear another song.
Okay, we can hear another song. And so then I'll set up for the next segment. And after the song, I want to deal with Title 28, United States Code 3002. 3002 15 A, B, and C. So when we come back, that's the code I would like to go into. So you can go ahead and play the song.
Time for a roll call.
And then when we come back,
Facts over feelings. In nation building.
Islamism.
We greet you with respect and honor. Islam, Islam, Islamism. Facts over feelings. We're nation building. It's time for a roll call. High regards to the Moorish nationals, nation building, standing on nation business. Following the teachings of Prophet Noble Drew Ali, who founded the Moorish Science Temple of America in 1913. Out of Newark, New Jersey, living in the righteousness of Allah, our divine creator. Here's a message to the current day movement.
Islamism.
It's time for the sheiks and the sheikas to create the table and join as one body of government. It's your obligation to be who you have proclaimed to be amongst the people. United we shall stand, divided we all fall. El Yagar is the Caesar, the mediator, to remove the obstacles in communication. As the issues are identified, to come to a mutual agreement among righteous men and women. It's facts over feelings and nation building. Islam, Islamism.
Islamism.
Speaking of righteousness, we are charged to protect our future generations, our legacy from all predators, even the ones we cannot see.
Islamism.
El Yagar is given respect, honor, and love. Shout out to Jaguar Wright for upholding the truth. She should be surrounded by soldiers protecting her against all evil, because she is speaking truth to protect our children. El Yah is the creator of Third World Order and a Maxim Trust advocating for the use of pesos, the new currency of we the people. Unified and dignified people, serving as the Caesar of the Empire of Nubia.
Islamism.
El Yagar stands united with the Lion King and me, Ma'at Supreme Justice. We three serving as a trinity, navigating obstacles and differences to make a difference. As we the people, we are nation building.
Islamism.
Facts over feelings. Islam, Islam, Islamism.
Islamism.
El Yagar is a unifier and organizer, bringing people to the table to speak the truth.
Islamism.
He's a stand up more, looking through a clean glass, standing on truth, and he will get on your ass to correct behaviors that bring disorder in class. When you come in, sit down, grab a pen to take notes, because we're in it to win it.
Islamism.
Nation building is no easy feat. It takes work to bring people together, to get them moving and on their feet. In the streets, marching to our own beat.
Islamism.
It's facts over feelings.
Islamism.
Islamism.
Islamism, side star. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And the facts over feelings all day, all night long. Facts over feelings. And then even when people say, I think, hey, listen, I understand, we all think, right? But after whatever it is we're thinking, it has to come out factually. You can feel something and then speak it, and that don't mean that that's what it is because you felt it.
What do you
Then you feel
feel it
bad later.
about?
Peace and love, brother Daryl Cosma. Go ahead, get them Z's, brother. I understand. Um, so we're like that. Like when I was a child, they had the AM station or the FM station, and you would leave it on at night, and Delilah Love would come on, and you or you had some other clowns that would come on, and you would listen to them all night. That's kind of like what we're all doing with each other right now when we're doing these shows and stuff like that. And so, yeah.
Yes.
So the facts over feelings. So yeah, even your thinking, you have to think in facts and speak facts and be about the facts. And your feelings too should come out in facts. You can't just have a feeling about something. It should, your feelings should, everything should line up into a fact. And then when it lines up into a fact, you'll realize it's not a feeling, it's a thought, it's an idea based on facts. And I'm expressing myself in a thought and an idea based on these facts. They don't have anything to do with a feeling. It's not what I think, it is what it is. Okay, so there is the 28 United States Code. This is a code for judges to use. The 15 is the section. And then it says, United States means the letter A federal corporation. B, an agency, department, commission, board, or other entity of the United States. Or C, an instrumentality of the United States. Now, we'll find many people on the internet saying that sovereign people, sovereign Americans, they're the ones who are saying this type of thing. But this is in the United States Code. And I can read. So you telling me that's not what it says and trying to tell it what it says. United States means. This is what it means. It's a federal corporation. That's the first one. What's a corporation? So as a United States citizen, you're a part of that corporation right there, that federal corporation. And in that corporation, you got to be Black and African American. And then as Black and African American, you have to be what that product says: poor, listless, not worth anything, untrustworthy. You have to be those things within that corporation. But this is the law right here. Don't let anybody tell you differently that that's not what it means when it definitely says that's what it means. After that, there shouldn't be any argument. But as I said, I found a few sites where even the dude ended up saying in his writing that sovereign citizens believe in a fictitious Moorish treaty from 17. Is it fictitious, or did Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama talk about it? Wikipedia. This was something else that I said before we came on, right? Wikipedia, there are definitions for Moors and Prophet Noble Drew Ali in Wikipedia, where it states that Prophet Noble Drew Ali, Ray, and then African American, why you keep saying African American when that man clearly said he wasn't an African American? So this is someone who wrote the definition and still kept that spin on it without saying what Prophet Noble Drew Ali said. And then when it does state what he says, it's like he was fantasizing that these people were Canaanites and Moabites. Fantasizing? When we begin to go back, like people's proper names, like in Spain and Portugal, they're really Iberians. See, we say we're Moors. They're Iberians. They're not Spanish and Portugal. They're Iberians. Puerto Ricans are Boricua. Around Germany and France are the Gaul. They're not really Germans and French. They're Gaul. They know these things. You and I don't know. They go by these things amongst themselves, not around me and you. That's why, we've all rented the Italian country club, the German country club, the Swedish country club. We've all the Portuguese country club. We them little facilities where or the little military things where you go in, you rent them, and you have your baby cookouts or baby showers and stuff like that. Little parties. We've all rented these different facilities out. And notice the Italian culture club it says on it. This culture club, that culture club. Where is your culture club? Blacks and African Americans wouldn't get a culture club. So we have to start thinking on a higher level of self and operating on a higher level of self. That's all we got to do. Listen, if I want to give you a more science teaching right now, I'd be telling you how miserable you are in being black. And that'd be the main source of my thing. And then I take you through the books, and I have the books. I got the books. I could do the same thing all them other sheiks do. I could do the same thing. I could open it up. I could close it. I choose not to. I want to keep the religious parts separate from the government. Telling you that you are try anything. Showing you that you are not black and African American it has nothing to do with your religion. Telling you that you are a United States citizen ain't got nothing to do with your religion. Telling you that because you're a United States citizen, you have an ID card in your pocket with your state on it, and you should have an ID card with your tribal affiliation on it, with your nationality on it, telling you that has nothing to do with your religion. You can still go home and be that same person that you was, that same Muslim, Christian, Israelite. We don't care. What we do care about is we ain't black and African American. They can keep Juneteenth. They keep that February month, Black History Month. They keep all of that. Everybody want reparations. So your physical and your mental health, I hope it means more to you than your financial or monetary wealth. Your physical and mental health, I hope it means more. And if your physical and mental health do mean more to you, then for our children's health, our progeny, wouldn't it be worth it? Like before people get reparations, let's see if we can get them to stop telling a lie about Columbus in their school system. Because you can give me all the money you want, but if you're going to keep teaching my babies these lies and then grading them on them and making them good or bad people in your eye based upon them not wanting to say them lies and deal with them lies, then what's the sense of giving me all the money? You still downgrading my people, bringing them through a downgraded thing. And I got all this money. I got all this money. That's all you care about, huh? Well, We used to say people were getting pimped. Sounds like, looks like, but that's the power of black people to get themselves pimped. Martin Luther King said, I led my people into a burning house. He was fighting for civil rights. The burning house is civil rights, the 14th, 15th Amendment, and that those things that go along with it. Martin Luther King said, I led my people into a burning house. So if the house is burning, why is we trying to hold on to it? I yield the floor.
The house done burnt down. It's in shambles. They got, you could tell it's been through devastation and chaos, and still you won't keep it just the way it is because your granddaddy built that house. Your grandmama put her hands in sweat, tears, and worries into the building of that burnt down house. And so, in order to rebuild anything, what was once there has to be destroyed, and new grounds broken and built back up again, as long as the foundation is sturdy. And some people will expect others to just fall in line and follow behind them, knowing you going the wrong way. Like, I see you going the wrong, because that ain't you trying to stop me from going this way, but this is the way that makes sense to everything about me. There's no conflict within, there's no confusion. But when you come in, you talking about going this way where everybody's going, and they're running through like a stampede, and they will stomp you. They will stomp you if you fall, because you trying to get through them going the opposite, going back the opposite way after you done went so far. So trusting in self and acknowledging the lies. We're gonna go back to what you said earlier, tie it all up. Trusting yourself and acknowledging the lies in the religion, acknowledging the lies in your faith. What are you believing in, and why are you still there? Like, when we go through different things in life and we come to the age of maturity, where we begin to overcome and mature out of um, adolescent emotions, there's some things that we would never understand as a child, but when we become the parent, it dawns on us the revelation of what we could not see. We can see now because we're in a situation where what was being shown to us then was a glimpse of having to see yourself at the other end of that spectrum. We walk through life on multiple dimensions and multiple spectrums and different levels on different stages at the time. And so sometimes we cross paths with our future we just didn't know. And it's a matter of whether and how it recollects with your soul, and whether you recognize it when you get there, because we have so many different options. That's just like when you're going into the grocery store and there's so many different brands and so many different options of one thing. Try to find some pancake mix. There's so many different options. This box is blue and this box is orange or yellow. And why? And it says the same exact thing. So there's some fine tuning, some fine change and some difference from one box to the other, and you got to be paying attention and really be curious enough to find out what that difference is. And that difference is going to be whatever choice you make and how it's going to affect your environment or your body or your overall existence altogether. So there's options, but when you look into your options and it's causing some disturbance within your functioning, then you would choose the one that feels better to your functioning rather than not. And so it's kind of like building up to coming into a new wave of thinking is to deprogram your mindset from what was once working for you and to elevate into something new if you are bold enough to get outside of the lies that were told and having to go into actually look deeper to see the difference from where you were and where you're going. So did all that make sense what I just said? Cause I gotta watch it back. What did I say? Did you hear me say?
Okay. This is what I heard you say, that we have to check and recheck again on everything that we're doing and make sure that we're moving forward, and then be bold enough to make that move forward, trusting in ourselves to get the job done and not relying on a whole bunch of other people to get something done for us that is absolutely 100% in our hand. Absolutely 100% in our hand. And so the different forms of law, what you write by your hand is actually a higher form of law than the documents that they try to give you in court. And they know this. But being their citizen, you've already agreed to operate in a particular way. So when you try to bring those written documents in, first thing you got to prove is this jurisdiction and status that you stand in as your own person and not underneath them. That becomes the first object you have to prove. So then they say, well, do you have an ID? You say yes, and then you pull out one of their state IDs. Gotcha! Gotcha! Anything with their name on it, they got you. So you have to have your own in order to even begin. But then you have to have your own identity about who you are. Now I'm gonna speed up to how deep this is. So just over the last 2 or 3 weeks, we've been going back and forth with words. If you look at words, you might be scared to talk. You probably never want to say anything again. You wouldn't even want to say Grand Rising. You don't want to call nobody your sister, your brother, your mother, your father, because these words have meanings behind them that we didn't know. Everybody just take it for granted. And it's like somebody went into the book of dirty spells and just put them out in the world in English. The English and in these English, what we call English terms. It's like somebody just took all these words and put them together and made a spell, and casting that spell. And by the way that they taught you what to read in school and how to read it in school, is how you cast the spell on yourself, and how we've been casting spells on ourselves forever. Because when we start talking about our problems, the first thing somebody will talk about is, oh, they ain't gonna let us. They always do this and they always do that. Well, you know what they say. you know how they do. We ain't talking about them. Ain't none of them here. I don't, and none of them are here. Why are we discussing them when I'm talking to you about us? Well, we need to go get this alderman. We need to go get this senator. We need to go get. Has that ever worked? Sitting down at the table with them, where has that gotten us? So I'm of the mind, and you know what? I'm telling y'all, when I say it, it's not out of bitterness. It's like on one end, just to have had it happen to me, it's like I'm the greatest in the world for it happening to me. I'm the greatest in the world because these people offered me $80,000 just to shut my mouth and stop talking. Y'all think I'm playing, huh? I got $80,000 a year, and I couldn't be here right now. And this was 20 years ago that they offered it to me, and I turned it down. What? Stop talking to my people. You mean to stop telling people who look like me, hey, we don't gotta get federal grants through these little organizations. We can just walk up there. How are we gonna get it ourselves? Well, come here. Here, write your name out here and say you agree. And now look, we got money coming. We don't even need grants. All we have to, yeah, write your name right there. You agree? Yeah, okay. So now I went over there. They said yes. Now you go over there and do what we agreed to. Oh, we got a check. Yeah, here go the money. Yeah, yo, it's so easy. They offered me $80,000 a year to stop talking to my people and telling my people the stuff that I was telling them. And I'm gonna tell you all the truth. Because I was doing it with and for Black people and African Americans, I was breaking the law by what we was doing. And I didn't know I was breaking the law because the stuff that we was doing and the way I was doing it, only free people can do with the stuff that I was doing. If you're a part of the system, you ain't supposed to be moving like that, whether you Black or white. They don't give a shit. Excuse me for cussing. If you didn't sign on with their program, they don't want you in it. They don't want you around. You got to be down with the program. So when I was asked, we got this particular service we want to give out. We want your people to be. So what do you think your people? We all don't think alike. So you asking me, what do I? Yeah, but the people in your age group, what do you think? Like you haven't y'all noticed yet that you're using a marketing system where you're going by ages and stuff, right? Well, my mother listens to the same music that I listen to. Whatever comes on that radio, we listen to the same thing. You know what? At family time, we all curl up and watch the same show on the same night at the same day. Everybody runs to the TV. So all this marketing y'all are trying to do and demographics and break it down to here and there, it's all one people now. All of that's old generation, middle generation, that ended with hip hop. Hip hop killed that. Hip hop made either it's good or it's bad. Either we like it or we don't. That comes from clothing to food to anything. So all that marketing thought that y'all are putting into stuff, it's not going to work anymore. I guess it took them like another 3 or 4 years to actually catch on to what I was saying and how I seen things. But if my mother is singing the same song I'm singing, and my daughter is singing the same song I'm singing, and the generations just cross, aren't we introduced? So if you want to capture this market, you have to capture us all at the same time. Other than that, you're not going to get the market. You're trying to break off in segments. So it's things like that it's not like I was just blessed. I studied, I read, I put the time in the books to understand and see. And then I tested what was in the books. And if everything's fair, here's when it became unfair. When they offered me the 80,000, but prior to the 80,000, people started telling me that, oh, you're smart. You should go get a minority loan. You should use there was something else we had that we used, something that came down through the law. I wouldn't use them. I didn't no minority loan. I do business. If you're gonna give me a loan, it's gonna be because I do business, not because of my skin color. And people could not understand. And there's, oh, you need money. I turned down more money than y'all could ever believe. Y'all just wouldn't believe it. Y'all just wouldn't see it. Because all money isn't good money. And I wasn't getting strapped into anything. And I think a lot of young people who make it successfully or they're doing a little good, I think they signed insurance deals. You know, they got insurance on themselves. And that's why they're dead. Because they went and got insurance. And when you go to work, they give you insurance. They give you medical insurance. And you go to work, and a lot of people become unhealthy with good jobs. So that the job don't have to pay you off the retirement, because through the medical system, they're killing you. And they know you're going to go because they gave you good medical. So as soon as you got a pain, you went to the hospital. As soon as you went to the hospital, they started inflicting you. And over time, you got sick, and now you're sick, and now you're going through the hospital, and now but you got a good job, and you got money. All money ain't good money. And these people, insurance has always been a scam like that. Insurance is supposed to be one thing, but it's always been utilized as a scam like that, even amongst the gangsters. The gangsters took insurance out on each other, and that's why so many were dying. And our sons and daughters, people got insurance on them, and we don't even know about it. And they're dying, and people are pocketing money on our children. So your son go to jail, he's in there, he's insured. When he comes out, there's still a policy floating around somewhere. Nobody killed off until they kill your son. And then they got their insurance. And then you're asking for money to bury your child. But these people who held them for years, they got insurance on them still. So we don't understand that we are in a position, if we want to dog each other out, we're in that position to do it. And I mean, do it royally. Do it with millions of dollars in our hands. But why? Why would we as a people want to re-execute what our ancestors have already done? That's how we got in this mess. Arguing over religion, backbiting and fighting each other. Imam, preacher, sheik. And I'm not saying sheik because of Moorish Science Temple. I'm saying sheik because people back then were sheiks, right? Sultans, premiers, whatever you want to call them, czars, everybody. And look at it right now. Putin, Zelensky, the Israel dude, the dude over in Palestine, Biden, they all, Trump said, if I was president, there wouldn't be no war. So we can't even put Trump, we can't even say Trump's name with it, but people don't like Trump. But Trump, and then Zelensky over in Ukraine said, if Trump can stop the war, I would like to talk to him tonight. But Trump's the one they want to put in jail and give him bad news to, but he can stop a whole war? We have allowed ourselves and our brains to be twisted. And it's time to come from outside of that twist. And it's time to put our twist on it. And our twist starts with Ma'at, being the justice on the land. The I did not, I will not, I can't, I won't, I didn't, I did. But I didn't, I didn't, but I did. And when I did well. We need to put the Ma'at on the land, back where she belongs, back in power of everything. But only we could do it. Everybody else they've criminalized Ma'at. You put on any mummy movie and they're criminalizing Ma'at. You go to the Moses story when he comes down from the mountain, he criminalizes Ma'at. They were praying to the golden calf. The golden calf is the idea of a woman, and she's golden because the Kundalini, she's intelligent. She's not gold, she's golden. She's the golden calf. Take it back to those days, that's Mother Hathor. And the men were seeking direction from Mother Hathor. And Moses came down out the mountain and was like, how dare you? How dare you take my place? No God but me. And there you have it. That's how we got to this position of the maternal being knocked down and the paternal being raised up. Because those type of people can't handle the fact that a woman would speak and now I don't need to speak. I can just shut up for the rest of the day. I can go sit down and do whatever I was doing. And maybe I should go do the dishes right now because she just handled the whole floor. Those men couldn't take that. But I had a mother. And my mother would shut down. My mother could shut down a whole block by herself. Quietly. And it's not because her sons were crazy and they're gonna do that. My mother was my mother, and she was everybody else's mom too. That's how everybody looked at her and respected her. That's the love they got for her. My mother come out there, everything changed, and I don't care who you was. I learned to throw down my cigarette because when my mother came around, dudes older than me threw down their cigarettes. Mine hit the ground too. There ain't no arguing. I didn't. So. See, they were smoking at the time. I wasn't. My mother came around. We was outside. They threw their cigarettes down. As I got older, my mother came around, cigarette on the ground. I just lit it. And wait, I just spent a quarter to get it. I just lit it. Here come my mother. The whole thing is gone. Didn't try to stub it out. The whole thing is just gone. I got to find another quarter to get a cigarette. But this was, this was respect and love. And this was us growing up. And this is how, now, you ain't got to be like me, but we all got to be like something. And so the teachings that we go through the alchemic phase, take us back to like cleansing ourselves every single day, every minute of the day. Voodoo happens at a certain time. For me, I'm always in voodoo. I'm always rechanging, reevaluating, letting go of whatever dirt. I'm always cutting the extra weight off. Praying. From the time that I inhale, I'm making prayer. I'm making salat at that time. Every single, because the next one is in promise. So the inhaling is my prayer right then and there. I recognize that this is a gift and it can be cut off at any time. So then therefore, along with inhaling, then the stuff that I'm doing, trying to do it in the correct manner. I'm doing it in the correct manner. You see what I'm saying? And constantly in that motion. You know why? Because when I pass, my heart has to be light as a feather. And I'm going to say, I did not. No, I didn't. I didn't do that either. And I didn't do that. And yep, I did do that. When I admit what I did, but I didn't do that. And I didn't do that. And I didn't do that. In a state of ma'at constantly. That's the first constitution of self. If you can't be true to self, you cannot be true to the rest of us. I yield the floor.
That was good. Okay. You said a lot. And I like what you saying. I didn't like you will be able to say what you did not do. And what you did not do, so many people fall for, and even in those situations and instances where you can recall and retell of passing up monies and those offers based on minority uh categories or labeled in the terms of minority grants and things like that. I um i refuse them as well, and there has even been times where I'm like, I should take advantage of that, you know what I'm saying? And I just can't allow myself to go through with it. I can't do it. And so that right there has been a struggle for me. And people will call me crazy. And like, there's just so many things that's going on. Like, money has never been like, I never chase the money because money comes and goes. And I know that when the universe releases it to me, it's going to be mine anyway. I don't have to fight for it. I don't have to go and do anything deceitful or self harming. I don't have to do it's going to come. And in between time, we have just enough. We have everything we need and what we want from time to time. And I'm okay with that. And so you said like I'm going back up here to you was talking about the culture clubs. Now, I like that idea. Like when you said culture clubs, a whole picture showed up in my mind. I could see it. And then I wrote off to the side it's different from an MSTA. And so I saw inside the culture club many different opportunities for the collective whole. Everyone can go there and get something beneficial, and we could talk about those rooms and those opportunities at another time. But our own identification, we had already been in the works of creating an identification card, right? But there's some elements that we are missing as far as the proper production of such identification cards. Okay, so we were speaking earlier about people who are already doing certain things, and we could use what they're doing and you know, join forces with them. And so they can create a multitude of identification card. It doesn't have to be just the identification card that they carry. They could be the card makers for we the people. And so that was Sunstar Ben out what's his name? Yehudi. Ben Yehudi L. And he and the side star that he is building with, who I have also connected with her as well, Empress. I can't recall her name right now, but she refers herself as Empress, and she's does a lot of things, and she's got a lot going on in her walk, in her journey. She travels from what I have observed from her. She travels, and she also uh, gives classes and holds meetings for people who are trying to use their trust uh, as far as how to operate autonomous from the United States government within the United States government. And so I think it's useful to understand those things, but to understand them in the way of proper use. And if they're displaying that with no hiccups and uh no pushback, then I see that as beneficial to growing with that and allowing them to, use their skills and abilities to produce and, create and manufacture things. And they're already doing it. They're already set up and they're already doing it. And so I like that with that. So that's another thing that we need to continue to move forward. Excuse me, on. And so words. We always talk about words, and yes, words has been coming up over the past few weeks and things. And so I was saying like English is the youngest language in the world. It's the most infantile language. It's the only language that's backwards, and um, it's the only language that not only is it backwards, but it's just not in proper format of understanding. Like in the Spanish language, they'll say, "This is of this." And you would have to understand the root of everything that is being expressed before the expression of what's being said. You understand where it's coming from first. But the English language takes you around the mulberry bush, and then you got to figure out where everything falls into place. And sometimes it doesn't make any sense. And so you mentioned the infliction and insurance. And I'm over here like, oh my goodness, that is deep, because you saying how these different organizations will gain insurance on you when you sign that contract. You sign into a contract of insurance as well. And so even like those who have been imprisoned, if they never get their uh life in order, or get their what's the words I'm looking for, get things corrected, get their status corrected and things like that, if they never go through that process of doing that, then there's still an insurance policy out there that has all the language and all the information that they need to access that trust for that person. And it's like, it's so crazy. I had this thought earlier today. It's like when you are, when someone gives something and okay, so what was the thought? Okay, oh, I heard this one of those little ads that come on. The government is giving away $3,678.50, to all eligible, and this is just for us. And when I say us, I mean, okay, so I was like, people have got to be really, really out of their minds to believe that this is something that is beneficial. Because okay, what do the people do? If they have done study after study to show that the black and African American dollar has been shown that it is the black and African Americans are the highest consumers, let's say it that way, the highest consumers. And then through the study of economics, you made a good point. And this is why I couldn't say it before, because it fits in right here. What I was trying to say to you earlier that made sense. And you said economics. And what I heard you saying is economics is the measurement of use. It measures how things are being used. So the fiat currency is the base of the economic structure for the United States government. And if they're giving this money away, see, I don't ever qualify for these types of things. Even if in my times where I tried, because I was like, let me take advantage of this stuff. You know what I'm saying? I never qualify. I don't ever get it. And I'm like, what's the special qualifications? You got to be black and African American, and I'm not. So I don't qualify. So I never get it. So I just started. I accept the fact that I'm not black and I'm not African American and that I don't qualify for certain things. Okay, fine. But this is what I this is what I seen the other day or just early today, whatever. I was like, they give these people this money and these people go and spend the money back into the system, and the companies, they can, number one, it's a tax write-off because the way the money was given and those who agreed to accept it, that's a tax write-off. Secondly, they can put it back in their taxes again because it was being spent at different organizations, and then they tax you for use for spending with them, so they got another tax. So it's like they're only giving you this money so you can help grow and build their empire because you're not building your own. So I was like, oh my goodness, people fall for this every single day. They fall for this, and it's like it's a it's like a transaction that happens that you don't even see because you haven't even put yourself in touch or in tune or in alignment with yourself and what's real and what's not real. So our submission gives them permission to continue to operate in the fashion of corruption in which that they are operating in, because it is the lack of knowledge for which the people will perish. And so we're here in that today. You said Trump and how he's speaking the truth, but this is the person that they want to throw in jail. Trump has done more for we the people, the republic, than any president in my history of seeing presidents in and out of the White House. No president has occupied the White House since Trump's uh, presidency. And in all actuality, Trump is still the president of the United States of America because they can't do to him what they're trying to do to him because he knows too much and he's already upset the system with the truth. Now, people are angry with Donald Trump because he tells the truth. And and if you just look at the way he look, you could just you can look at how he look and how he says things, his facial expression. But you can't deny that what he said was true, that was true for him. And it's true for a lot of people. Only thing is he was bold enough to say it out loud and then not tuck his tail and run. He stood right there and said, yeah, I said what I said. To do what has been done during Trump's presidency, I agree. Some things I don't like. I don't like 100% of what Trump does or how he is displayed in the public eye. They want to make him look bad and skew up his words, messages, and meanings. But what they couldn't skew up was those indictments, those house arrests, those who are now being exposed. even into the music industry and how it's all connected. Even even soon, I wouldn't be surprised if they start coming down on the NFL, because I heard that during the season of the NFL is the highest profit for sex trafficking. Think about all the after parties where they getting this entertainment, the entertainment culture. It's the highest profitable time for sex trafficking. Look at all the movement that's taking place during this time. People are not paying attention because they're watching the scoreboards. And they don't give a damn about what's going on with real people. All this is going on while we arguing over religion and politics that don't have the people in mind or at heart. And so I did what I did, but I didn't do what I didn't do. And what I did in plain sight. And the witnesses that witnessed what I did are my proof. I don't have to say anything. They gonna talk about it. The people are gonna talk about it. So that's like when you said that the elders, you learned even before you started smoking, that not just your mother, but your mother was the example. You saw that firsthand, that you had, that your mother was that type of woman to strike that type of respect from the men out there talking crazy and out they mind, out they head, just some outlandish stuff that probably came. You done heard said, and as soon as your mother walk on the scene, it's like everybody pulling up their pants, throwing the cigarette butts down, and or cigarettes down, and then now the conversation is open to the floor of whatever she has to say. And y'all better listen to her when she speaks. And so I remember growing up in days where that was customary to do, was to hide your cigarette or throw your cigarette down or change your tone or the frequency of the communication at that time when someone who was worthy of respect entered the space. And so that's something that's not being displayed anymore because no one had, not no one, but this this now generation are not respectful like that. And so like my brother is here. We from Mobile, Alabama. It's respectful. We grow up learning to be respectful to our elders. So he was like, "What's wrong with these people here? They don't even uh say excuse me, and they don't be caring about your personal space or nothing." And you know, when you go outside of your origin of operation, you notice things like that. And so I noticed that people who are from foreign countries have no concept of personal space. Uh, they will get in your space. Like, I asked this guy at the store one day. I was at the register and paying for my goods, and he came and he was standing like right next to me. So I politely asked him, I said, were you planning to pay for all of this stuff? And he was like, pay for your stuff? I was like, yes. He was like, no. He was like, what, am I too close or something? I was like, exactly. You so close that you might as well purchase my items too. Cause you all like, I mean, he was all in my business. So then when I leave out the store, I'm in the car, he come out the car, he's sitting there walking past me looking all crazy, like he gonna come snatch me up out my vehicle and make me feel something. You know what I'm saying? Like, why is you all in my face? Because I said something to you. So now we can't address the issue straight head on. You didn't expect that from me. What, am I not supposed to speak to you or something? You know what I'm saying? Like, but you're invading my personal space. My business ain't got nothing to do with you. So back up. And that was what people should have learned with COVID-19, was to give people space. Get out my personal space. In the Army, we used to put our hand out like this and turn around in a circle and be like, if I hit you, you too close to me. Back up off me. Back up off me. Back up off me.
We was taught that as kids. That's your safe zone. That wherever, as far out as you can stretch your hands, that's your safe zone. But when people walk up on you, you can do you know what parade dress is, right? How do you do your arm when you do parade dress? But just what? Yeah, but just bring one up to the side. Whatever side the person on, just parade dress them. That's all. Get the oh, see, you stuck it way out. No, just the elbow. Just the elbow. Yeah, parade dress. Parade, yeah. Parade, as they're walking up, just parade dress. But yeah, so just when they're walking up, just parade dress. Just give them the elbow as they're walking up, because it hurts. You know, especially if they come in fast, because it hurts. The elbow is a good thing to do with. You don't have to exert yourself too much, but then you know how much energy to come back with after the elbow, because the elbow was too close, and it doesn't look like you started it. Yeah, I was touching myself. What are you talking about?
Right. Okay. So you kind of like get back over into where we want to go next, because everything that we're doing is about our children, right? And teaching them in the way they should go. And so here's the new song by Akshita Chosen Style. Teach them right. This is about our offspring, our babies. We gotta teach them responsibility. We gotta teach them to stand up for what's right and be in their corner and love. We gotta teach them responsibility. Train them in the way they should go. We gotta teach them right.
Hey, yo, Keon, talk to him.
We gotta teach them responsibility. Train them in the way they should go. We gotta teach them right. We gotta teach them responsibility. Train them in the way they should go. We gotta teach them right. We gotta teach them responsibility. They gotta learn to stand up on their own 2 feet, so they won't miss out on opportunities to be the best versions they can be, with strength, power, and humility. Our children need to display a common courtesy to ask if mom wants to eat. When we look at you, it's you we see. There's no comparison between the siblings. We gotta teach them responsibility. Train them in the way they should go. We gotta teach them right. We gotta teach them responsibility. Train them in the way they should go. We gotta teach them right. We We gotta teach them about safe space, teaching people to respect our boundaries. Give me 50 feet, back up off me. Give me 50 feet. I'm teaching people to respect me, to respect my boundaries. No, no, that's my no square. No, no, don't touch me there. Tell the truth in love. Love will prevail to move the veil of hurt, lies, and pain. Hop on the love train. We gotta teach them responsibility. Train them in the way they should go, so we can teach them right. We gotta teach them responsibility. Train them in the way they should go. We gotta teach them right. We gotta teach them responsibilities to stand up on their own 2 feet. We don't want them to miss out on the opportunities to be the best version they can be, with a common courtesy, strength, power, and humility. We gotta teach them right. We gotta teach them right.
Islamism. We gotta teach them right. Listen, you make me want to grab my guitar, but I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. I'm slowing my roll. So in 2007 to 2012, 2014, I had a laundromat that I ran. The people who owned the laundromat didn't pay me. I got to run my own business out of the laundromat. I used to sell our music all underground. And we used to make videos and stuff like that. And I did magazines, and one of them was a comic book with us. I did newsletters and stuff like that, got ads, you know, stuff like that, right? And so I quit because all the killing that was going on. And one of the comic books I put together, the kid on the front, he ended up getting killed. And I swear the police had something to do with it. And so I quit because we were promoting through our lyrics and through the music, we were promoting our own destruction. And I couldn't stop people from cussing and speaking the way we were speaking. And a young lady had to step to me one afternoon because of one of the videos that I had on. And it was about shaking, you know, shaking and stuff. And the girls were shaking. And so I had the video on in there, and she said, "This is unfair." And I said, "Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Just stop yelling at me." And you know, she of course, because she had me by the throat, she wasn't gonna let me go. She let me have it. You know what I'm saying? So I couldn't say nothing because it was so. I quit that, and I always knew when I retire, I'm going to make music. I always knew that. I didn't know they was going to have Apple phones, and I was going to get an app on my Apple phone to make the music with. But I knew when I retired from nonprofit and all that, I was going to make music. And so while I was forced out, it's funny how I just landed into music so easily. But now, and then I performed one night, right? I'm telling you, it bugged me out. I performed one night around the same group of people whose music I sold. And when I got done, The crowd was applauding. I said, oh, shoot. Wait. The hook of the song, they sang the last part with me. I almost passed out. I said, oh, wait a minute. When I came off stage, you made that? I said, yeah. Oh, that was good. Yo, that's a different sound. I like that. And then one dude said, oh, wait, you're going to go from promoting and selling the music to the stage? I said, I told y'all I could do that, and I asked y'all to stop cussing. I don't really want to be on stage like that. But I always told y'all I like the stage, and I don't have no problem with the stage. And I'm not a rapper. I'm not a singer. I'm an MC. I'll bring the whole thing. You put a mic on, you see how we do. You put a mic and lights. Let me tell you who else is like that. My mother. Do not leave my mother with an open mic and lights on and music, because my mother's going to jam out and have everybody jamming with her. So I know I get it honestly. Do not leave me in that situation. This whole show, we about to have fun. And while I'm up there, I'm trying to encourage other people like we do on it. Yo, get up here and let the people see you too. What you scared of? Yo, come on. Come on. Come on and get some of this. We having fun. But, you know, so for us to be here and then you with the lyrics, it's like you don't stop. You're an engine. So they got Tupac and now we got you. You're an engine. You just, I like that. Play it back. Brow, 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 brow. So see, all of that's fire. But on that song right there, I started seeing videos in my head again. And I haven't seen a video like from scratch since 2014, 2013, maybe 2012. And that's why it was so easy to give it up by 2014, because I wasn't seeing videos like that no more. I wasn't, but I just seen a video in my head. And so, yeah. So, and people don't understand that we're not just talking about this. Now I see a video, we're going to talk about the video and pull the video off. And maybe you, the camera person, wherever you are, the video we talk about, you can shoot it and we'll put it with that song. And we all get credit for it. And then you talk about building a resume. We built a resume doing our national thing. And if you wanted to use that resume to go get something done in the United States, you got a resume. And we're having fun and we're building us. And we find value with each other. And this is how we find value with each other, because when you show the video, you would be showing our manufacturing and production of something that we came up with and nobody else has a rights to except us. Because when it comes to publishing, we publish ourselves. We don't allow other people to publish us. We publish ourselves. So that's the level you would be on with us. So we always own the masters. You did the film. You own that. You got the people together and all that. You did that. So now we got a video. You all mash up. Maybe some of the people around you want to be actors and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? And so you get them to act in videos. Maybe y'all are doing something. Y'all working on a project right now. This is how we build ourselves without always trying to compete with what the other one's doing or how the other one's doing it. Or then again, maybe you hear Side Star Ma'at and you think she sound nice with your friend, somebody else you know, Ray. But no, I'm her manager and I'm telling y'all this. She ain't coming up there to do a whole bunch of cussing with y'all. And at the end of the day, I'm gonna be on top of no, she can't represent. She's not gonna be represented like that just for this fame. She already got fame. Ma'at is Ma'at. And I don't mean it just for her. See, I'm gonna protect her. And the way I protect her is the way, without knowing your daughter, I'll protect your daughter who wants to get into the industry. And that was another problem for me when when dealing, I'm having flashbacks of dealing with the young women in the industry. We don't have a casting couch over here. You got to have talent over here. And some people thought there was a casting couch. I had to be told, no, it was talent. And some people had talent and were scared that there was a casting. Not over here. You don't have to worry about a casting couch. All you got to do is come do what you do. And you're supposed to be singing, right? So then go sing. You're supposed to be rapping, then go rap. Anything more or less than that, what ain't part of it, ain't part of nothing over here. Man, I raised a daughter. She's 38. I did not go to jail for anything dealing with my daughter or like, but I'm telling y'all, once tears come out of her eyes, it's like, you don't want to see me get mad. I think I turned green and everything. And it's just like, I can't stop myself. I turned green and the Wolverine claws come out. So like the Hulk mixed with Wolverine, and then I might do some vision stuff to you too, behind my daughter, behind the women in my life. So, and I've never, and so the women that I've been with, they've, why are you always so nice to the women? Whoa, I'm nice to them, and I'm nice to you. I want everybody to be nice to my mother. And you know, to bring that all the way around, right? One day I'm standing outside that laundromat and my mother pulls up and I'm talking to her. A young lady walks up who I know, who lives in that neighborhood. She walks up and she and my mother look at each other. My mother's like, oh, and the young lady's like, oh, and I look at the young lady like, how you know my mother? Something stupid did happen, and the young lady was there. She had my mother's back. And everything that went on, she was ready to help my mother. Oh, really? So me, I put that energy out there. You know what I'm saying? I work at that energy, dude. I work at that. My sisters, my little cousins and stuff. I work at young women. Why you call them ma'am? Why I call them ma'am? Because they is. The way we talk to them and treat them is the way their man got to talk to them and treat them, and even more, because you see what we go through, right? So her man has to respect her the way we do, the way I do, and more. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. What do you need, babe? No, babe. And even if I did get upset at you, I'm not going to yell right now. There's no reason to yell. And then I have to talk calmly to you. Her man has to treat her that way because that's what she's become used to from a man. And she knows how to get a hug, and a man ain't all up on top of you, hugging you, and she feels safe and secure in that hug. She knows. So she's not going to get no just anything. She's not, her world isn't allowing her to. And that's the way my family raised me. You know what I'm saying? That it was not just my mom, my dad, my mother's mother, my aunts, my uncles. I mean, everybody was hands-on deck. If my mother beat me and my aunt felt like she needed to beat me because my mother beat me, I could get a beating. If my aunt beat me, I'm definitely getting a beating from my mother. When my dad found out, I embarrassed him too. I got to get another beating. I forgot what I did. I just remember my cousin Daoud coming in the house one day telling me, I feel like beating you. I said, yeah. They crazy. He opened up my room door and said, I feel like beating you. I said, these adults are crazy. Y'all just wanted a slave. Y'all didn't want children. But, you know, and these was the fun days. These was the fun times when we look back and think like, okay, so after all of that, still the stuff I got into, after all of that, I still got into that. So then if they didn't do what they did, I'd be dead or in jail a long time ago, boy. I am so glad these people had a belt and they used it and they demonstrated that they didn't want certain things done. My uncle, we had a serious situation in Ohio, and I mean dead serious. He rolled up on me and wanted to know my involvement with it. And after I told him everything that I said, he turned to me and said, well, I'll tell you one thing. I would never lie to a man because it makes him a better man than me. I wouldn't care what the situation is. I would never let a man be better than me. And he walked away from me and never asked me anything about the situation again. He just waited for it to wash out in the cycle. But I told the truth. So nothing came of it. You know what I'm saying? But the way he came at me, it was like, you're grown, it's open, but if you lied to me, you made me a better man than you. So you out here making other people better than you. No reason. And part of me and my little brother, that's where we got, we made a pact with each other about there's no reason to lie. We meant. We either did or we didn't. We're gonna take it from there and move on. Yeah, let's move, dude. Get each other that. Now, and that's how we live with each other. And so as we got around other people, y'all gotta live like that too. You're gonna be around us. Everybody hold your own weight. And that's what. So yeah, and that's how we would raise men today. The young men. We would raise them in that idea and that factor today of who they are. And I should say that's how we would. That's how we are. That's what we demand of them. Always look a man in the eye. Always shake his hand firmly. Never turn your back on anybody who gets any type of aggressiveness with you. Do not turn your back on them. Don't walk home the same way you walked to where you went. Come back another way. All of that is what we would teach our young men so they be more intelligent about themselves and what they do. And that's along with teaching them the chakras and everything else, but to solidify that individual on how you carry yourself, chest out, head up, back straight. Now move. Drill them in everything. Have them marching in like soldiers in everything. Even the ones that got asthma. Be marching like they is like soldiers. Going through that type of training for discipline of themselves. Because if we don't master the young man's energy, their energy will master us. And that taking the hands off the parents is where that is what we're seeing today. Them exerting their energy, and we see them all, even on the news today, they said Connecticut black men are killing themselves more. The killing rate went up today. Really? We've been fighting this problem since 1980. No one still ain't figure out a solution. I yield the floor.
That was a lot. What you said is what you said. It's because that was a lot. Now I do want to say this. You were speaking on talent and all of that, and taking control of the microphone and being an MC and all of that. And so we had talked about this previously, but we haven't come to the point of doing it. I think you were ready before I was, and but the talent show or the karaoke night or the family fun night, uh, we gotta do that. We gotta get that ready. Now, we're talking about it right now, and so now I love karaoke. I could do karaoke and just have fun doing karaoke, right? But I don't want it to just be me. You know what I'm saying? So you're gonna do karaoke? You got a you got a microphone and whatnot. You on mute, remember? And so are we going to invite other people to come on and maybe, do something like a virtual what do you call it? Like a, poet talent, show or fun night or whatever. So I don't want this to be something that we just, off the fly put together. We do a lot of things just open handed. But you on mute, right?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
A family fun night. A family fun night. And yeah, whatever they want to bring on, even, like, all right, so when we was children, we didn't have so much karaoke, but we had 45s and the big ones, 78. Maybe there was something small. There was something else. 40, but we had the 45. And on Friday, Saturday nights, our parents had to watch the show. And whatever artist song we had, tonight I might be the Jackson 5 and tomorrow I'll be the OJs. And don't mess with me because I'll turn into the Temptations before you know it. And then the Four Tops, baby, we got you. As long as it's inside that little box right there, we doing this tonight. And my mother used to just sit there like and burn the house down all night long because we knew all the words, but we couldn't hold a tune for nothing.
So the cat was meowing at my door, Kaliko. I heard her, but I wasn't paying her no attention. But my youngest, Mariah, was like, Kaliko wanted to come in here and see you. And then my brother comes in like, hey, how's your show going? And I'm like, I'm still on. And then I was like, okay, well, they
All
miss
right.
me.
So you asked me, can you hear it? Baby. Woo! Until the end of time, I'll be there for you. You own my heart and mind. I truly adore you. If God one day strike me blind, your beauty I still see. Love's too weak to define just what you mean to me. From the first moment I saw ya, Ooh, I knew you were the one. That night I had to call you. I was rapping till the sun came up, telling you just how fine you look. In a word, you were sexy. All of my cool attitude you took. My body was next. You made love to me like you were afraid. Was you afraid of me? Was I the first? Was I your every fantasy? That's why until the end of time. So that that's one of my favorites. So you asked me, will I do karaoke? Let's go. And wait a minute.
He's got a microphone, y'all.
So now you got me on like before, like usually we program a show. I would practice for 3 to 4 weeks. By the time we do like 2 or 3 shows in a row, I gotta sleep for 3 or 4 days to recover. Cause I go in. So yeah, I'll do karaoke, and then I'll probably have to go downstairs because I have to dance. I have to dance. I'm not saying I can dance, but I have to dance while the music is on. Yes.
So I was thinking that too. Like it would be nice to have like a full view of the person, not just like right here in the screen, but kind of like get into, you know what I'm saying? Like stage practice.
I understand. I told all I need is a mic and some lights, and I'm good to go. Throw some good music on that I know. Let's do it. Let's do it.
For real, I like to have fun like that. So, cause I have a party all by myself. I don't need no audience. I'm my own audience. But it's fun when you can get other people into a place of happiness, because of the energy that you are sharing. And so I think that is I think I'm ready. I'm ready now. I guess I don't know. I'm feeling like I'm ready now.
I will do Rod Stewart, uh, Frank Sinatra, Dean Martin, the Temptations. There's a Nat King Cole. There's a couple of Sammy Davis Jr. songs. And to help with some of the people, like there's a couple of Joe songs that I like. That song Brown Sugar, although I forget the name of the artist who made it.
D'Angelo.
Babyface. Oh my goodness, Babyface. I got some songs for you. Oh, Elton John. I might do some. Yeah, we get down. We get down. I know music. I go back with music. I go back to doo wop on you.
All right. Well, this will be interesting. And fun. Even if it's just you and I on here going back and forth, and we gonna have fun. And so, yeah. So are we doing that next week? You want to do that next week? Or I don't know. You on mute.
Because just hit us. This looked like he just hit us. I don't know when this came in. But if you're listening right now, cuz we're talking about he keeps putting an H at the end of my appellation. We're gonna have to discuss that. And it's all in caps. We're gonna have to discuss all that. Yes, sir. Much appreciated. Baraka. Baraka. You can say it with more power. We're gonna do a show karaoke. So bring the family and get ready to get up and do some of your music. And that's the other, if you have your own music, we want to hear that too.
Absolutely. Even a poem, a drawing, uh, or a combination of, or maybe a skit, uh, comedy. You tell jokes, uh, whatever. Be you, bring you, and let's have fun. And even if this is the just the beginning, um, these are things that we want to bring into this forward journey of a new wave of thinking. So yes, I'm sitting here with this medicine ball because I have to do this from time to time. If I'm not doing anything, y'all might see me on here for the past few weeks with this not this medicine ball, but my little weights down here and the medicine ball, which kind of just keep me moving and keep my blood flowing. And I need to do this sometimes to stretch, to help me remember my posture and things like that. So that's what this is all about. And I don't necessarily want to wait until I'm finished to do this. I'm on here right now, and this is what I would be doing if I was in this space by myself, and in that moment of being in the space by myself, I might just pick this up and start doing so. I might just get up and start exercising and stuff like that, moving around and stretching and things like that because it's good for me and I need to do it. So there. And I think it's good to see that anyway.
Yes, be comfortable. Be comfortable. So
Yeah,
okay, so we just need to know if we're going to do it on another night, which I think would be more appropriate for presentation purposes and the type of stuff that we handle. And on this night, it's not that nothing won't be said about being a Moor, but it will be said in music, in skits, and in other ways than what we're doing now. Because even as a child, so my cousins and us, right? We're all Muslims. And then we had cousins who ate pork. So when we knew the cousin was gonna eat pork, we evacuated the kitchen. And then we sit in the living room, we could see him eat, and we like, look at his nasty, greasy fingers. And he's licking them. They're nasty. got pork juice down his elbow. I'm telling you, my mother used to smack us up because we was disrespectful, but it was all in fun. But we would sit there and we would clown people about things like that, and so that you call that like inside humor or inside joke. But I think it's a joke that the rest of our community would get and understand, with us being raised in the Nation of Islam and staying away from pork, and then all of a sudden your cousin come over and he got a ham sandwich, and you're evacuating from, you're not leaving the table, you're evacuating so that he can go ahead and have his fit. But while you watching him eat it, you got every nasty thing to say about him eating his ham sandwich, even to the point. So now he comes from the table, he's ready to come touch your toys, right? So he would go grab your G.I. Joe and you'll snap. You'll snap. You snatch the G.I. Joe and tell him to go wash his hands. You can't touch my stuff until you wash your hands.
Oh, that's funny. Oh my God. I seen it coming. I'm like, oh man. Nah, you ain't playing with my toys. You sit up in there and eat all that. We seen it on your fingers. Oh man. Okay. So there's some comedy. Poor child.
So okay, so now let's bring it to today, right? And it's a family, and they can, upper class, lower class. And by the way I go through this, you'll figure out the upper class and lower class. However, the news is on, and it's talking about a problem in America where we are all involved throughout all our nations and everything. We're all involved, right? And so within the family, a group of people are talking, and then all of a sudden you start hearing people say things like, well, they're not going to let us do it anyways, because every time they do, yeah, remember in the 1960s? And then and then you got the other group standing over there talking about, do you hear these motherfuckers? Do you hear them? They're just over there complaining again. These lazy bunch of cowards. And so even today, as we go into our Moorish thing, we have comedy within our own families about the political issues and the stuff like that, and the stuff that we could laugh at. And then somebody, the upper and the lower class again, there's a death in the family or something, you take it hard, and then somebody comes, oh, I'm gonna pray for you. I'll pray for you. You're gonna pray for me? Everything is changing. The whole world is changing. And so we represent that inside of our comedy and everything else, that, because I've seen some of the stuff that we've done, and it remained racist, as opposed to showing growth in us and the comedy in us, and being able to laugh about ourselves and laugh about NBCs, Negro, blacks, and colors. There's comedy in that, and Hollywood would have took advantage of that a long time ago. So now it's our time to take advantage of our own thing, and it's something that we established on our own by ourselves. I just think all these things are extremely hilarious compared to what we're dealing with and what we actually go through. And nobody's seen this side of us. Nobody. So now we get to bring it in a family viewing where everybody can see us. And come on, y'all know, y'all heard about starving artists. Y'all know y'all really want to eat. We build it, they will come.
how you explain that and express that because it's true. And so you're right. We should do this on a different night. And we have previously discussed Friday or Saturday night. We would say Saturday night. Saturday night because usually that's when people don't complain so much about noise or things like that. And so, what say you? You know you on mute. Do you not know you on mute?
No, ma'am, I didn't know again. Friday or Saturday night is good for me. I could be a party animal. I love partying, and that. So when we talk about our nifs and what might be a sin for us, I love working parties. Have you ever been to a working party?
What's that mean?
Okay, you asked me what it means. I'm just going to tell you what a working party is. So th- through phases of work, you have this one phase called brainstorming. And during the brainstorming session, let's say that we choose Monday as a brainstorming session. So okay, so actually Monday is a working party. So people are going to bring potluck in, and we're going to have drinks. You can smoke your weed if you want to, and the 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 job of the day is to come up with a whole bunch of ideas based on the business that we're in, a whole bunch of different ideas. Every group is talking through every group and everything else, and we're all going to go through. The magic of it is that work actually gets done. And at the same time, people have fun. They got drunk. We listen to music, and we work for this day. And it's a working party. And at the end of the night, whoever the supervisors and bosses are, we end up with real valuable stuff at the end of the night that we can use. Now, the rest of the week, based upon everybody's department, because that night we would go through the papers and stuff. And by the end of the week, through each department, we done set up what everybody needs to do. And so by next week, we have a full working system. Does that mean we never have a working party again? No, depending on the type of business that we have or the project that was being developed and now is being run. We can have working parties. Like I didn't make this up. We did it, but I found out that advertising agencies, when they got new contracts, they would have a working party for their brainstorming session. You have to watch this show called Mad Men. They would have working parties in their offices and they would draw up ideas for different ads and stuff like that. And the first parties was brainstorming. That means you're just going to be free and let your brain flow, but it's about the work. And so you come up with all these crazy ideas, and then throughout the rest of the week, you work the ideas out from your apartment, from your department, art or writing or whatever it is. You work it out, and then at the end of the week or 2 weeks, we bring it all to the table and we have the work together. So it's a process of clearing your mind and getting work done at the same time. And I like to sponsor working parties as much as I possibly can to get stuff done, to move us forward. And so
Now,
that's just like, go ahead,
I
go
just want to
ahead.
say you are right in line with where I was in my thought process coming into this episode. Because if we don't do the work, it's not going to get done. And who are we waiting for if not for ourselves? And so you're absolutely right. You just put a name to what it is that I was trying to get around to, excuse me, in my own thought process, and how we do this by doing this, but also like working at the same time. Like we on here and we're literally doing things as we're going, because this has to be the next phase. This has to be the next phase. And just like you said, um when we're expressing ourselves through like karaoke and whatever talent or skill or ability we want to share, in doing that we allow people to see us in a different way, you know. And so we put ourselves on display, in totality. And so absolutely, I'm with the working party, because look, it we got to get things done. And we'll sit here and take notes all day, and then next thing you know, we're 10 pages past those notes, and 15, 20 ideas past those thoughts. And it's like 3 months later, looking for something else, we be like, oh man, I forgot we was working on this. We hadn't even touched back on this because we done moved on so fast. So now that we've gotten to this point to where we are now it's time to step into the next stage, or the next, process of building. We have the concepts, we have the ideas, we have our thoughts, original and combined. So now we need to lay out the framework. And so now we're putting up the frame. And the frame allows others outside of what we're doing to truly see the structure that's being built. Too many people have been doing this and throwing things out into the space, and not making it matter. And so the framework is the initial setup or onset of the matter to come into place. It's like the bone structure. So it's time to create the bone structure to protect the organs, the departments. Yeah, that's where we are.
Indeed. And so now that's the working party, and that's business, and that's fun. And when we're done, I mean, oh, so now hear me on this, right? Because I wonder if people would understand. So the money that the finances that we generate from the United States in fiat does not benefit our government. The finances that we generate in fiat only gets us all through this transition period that we're going through. We look to pesos for the future and almost anything else, because we trade internationally. And so almost gold, silver, whatever you want to be into. But right now, in getting the fiat, Star Akshita has enough where she could actually make commercials and stay outside of the realm of a problem because of her lyrical abilities. And people who don't understand, we all almost have that type of skill. And if we don't come together and deal with each other for each other's natural skills and talents, that's our loss. And it's your personal loss because you never explored yours. You never got to know yours. I think one of the worst things we as a people, part of our society, we grew up thinking like, once we had children, your life is over. No, it's not. No, it's not. I had children and oh, you was a man. You got it. I'm going to tell you all again. My children were young. And people who know me and women me, I had my children. I had a ball. I had a ball before my children. I had a ball after my children. Because it's not what you do, it's how you do what it is that you're doing or not doing. But it's not what you do. And so I had a ball and I had my children. And I didn't rely on their mothers to take care of them. I took care of them. When I came home, I came looking for them, for the children. I had a ball. And I didn't take the children to the clubs, but I was at clubs and everything because their mothers, you know, they did their job too. But I had a ball. So you don't have to give up your life because of your children. You just have to manage yourself a little bit better than what you was managing before. That you have to manage yourself, manage your time. And again, I got that kind of lesson when I was 15 years old, to manage your time. The dude made us sit down at a table and he said, now, tell me when 60 seconds go by. Tell me when a minute goes by. And we had to sit there. And so I slowly counted to 60. I won. I came the closest to 60 seconds to a minute. But he was showing us how much time passed and what could be done within that time. Now you look at your average commercial back in the day, it was 30 seconds. They had to say it 3 times. You know, like Colgate, 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 or whatever. They had to say it 3 times. Uncle Ben's rice, Uncle Ben's rice, Uncle Ben's rice. Within that 30-second slot. And they charge how much for that? Excuse me, I drooled because how much they charge for that 30 seconds during the Super Bowl slot? How many millions? 30 seconds. Now you look at your advertising through your internet and you see 13-second slots. The ad only lasts for 13 seconds. How much that costs? All these 30 seconds. And you don't know what it takes to write an ad? You don't know what it takes to write a copy ad? Some of the simplest stuff in the world. 1 page typed out, 1 page, give or less, give or take, you know, a few seconds. 1 page, 8.5 by 11 piece of paper is a minute on a Hollywood screen. If you want to know how to write a 1-hour television show, you write a 60-minute piece. And then if they want your 60-minute piece, they'll brush it down to 47 minutes because they got to figure almost 15 minutes worth of commercials inside of your 47 minutes. And then they have a program by which they do. And then they have, you know, all these different jobs to the point where you know that as a writer, when I come in, the first segment of my show was only going to be for 5 minutes and 12 seconds. So this is what I'm going to do. And then the next part is this much. So this is what I'm going to do. Whereas you could just write a book and then they'll break it down for you. And they call that screenplays and stuff. And see, we're talking about a process in the industry. I'm telling y'all, I'm a beast when it comes to these things. I already said I was studying this stuff in the 1980s. This is what we was into. I was into all of this different stuff. My brain just, it's like, something about industry just clicked with me. And I was able to match up one industry with all the other industries, not knowing it was just a science. See, I didn't know that then. I know what it was now. It was the science. It was the art of everything that caught my eye. The idea of the ability to that caught my eye. And when I seen it, I wanted to do it, whatever it was that, I liked. Like when I found a book that I wanted to read, boy, the Hardy Boys, when I found one Hardy Boys book, I read all 30, 40 of them daggone Hardy Boys books. And I do mean people binge watch Netflix. I binge read the Hardy Boys. And I binge read my mother's encyclopedias. And I binge read all the stuff that and Nation of Islam, How to Eat to Live, and the Black Man Fire, or whatever. I read from young age. I went to, when we was all on the block, everybody was hand-to-hand combat, you know what I mean? We was out there doing the thing, right? Making money. I went to the library. I didn't hang on the block, and I didn't do any business in the library. We have a college down here, Yale College. Everybody know Yale? I used to go in their library and sit there and read. I walked into a couple of their classrooms. One day, one of the professors said, "You're not one of my students. What are you doing in here?" I said, "I was thinking about coming to college." He said, "Sit down and be quiet." I sat down in his political science class. They didn't kick me out. They didn't call the police. I went in there respectable and stuff, and I had a shirt on with a collar on it and stuff like that, and a pair of khaki pants. So I went in there like respect, and a book bag with a pencil and paper. I went in there like I wanted something, and he sat there and he gave me something for that day. And then I hung out in their library and I read their books. And this was during the time when we was on the block. I used to walk down the block with the Wall Street Journal in my hand. "Man, you gonna get shot?" I'm gonna get shot. Ain't nobody gonna shoot me, man. I ain't doing nothing. And so, I wasn't into nothing. Why somebody gonna shoot? I wasn't on the block all day. I wasn't out here for you to see me. So I didn't get into that kind of life in that world. But I went to the library. I went when they had town hall meetings. I went down to the town hall meetings. I wasn't scared of them at City Hall and what they said and what they thought. Whatever you were saying and thinking, trust, I got stuff to say and I'm thinking too. We should all hear each other right now. And people didn't have the heart then to go with me. They didn't understand why I was going. Them people ain't gonna listen to us. Them people. And I didn't know we was more at that time. But the fact of them people, I didn't like that statement then. Because I'm people. And I was told that we was kings and queens in Egypt. And I'm going down there because Black people and African American people, we need a better way of life. And I'm going to get it. And I was going downtown to get it. And wasn't nothing gonna stop me until I found out I was breaking the law being Black and African American. I ain't had no business doing this talking. And that's what slowed me down. Other than that, I would have still been on the same beat. But the point is, we all have to get on a higher level of self, where information is going to be coming to you that don't sound right. And in order to update on it, that means you might have to Google stuff and search stuff and go to the library and get a book. And you might have to do a whole bunch of stuff in order to update, install, and then start acting on that new platform that you want. Just like your phone, just like any other machine, your brain is a machine. All these machines were made off our brain patterns. Not one instrument, not one machine, from the refrigerator to your stove, is made off the way your body exhaust system works, from the rooter to the tutor. Every machine, cars are made off the design of you. Computer too. In fact, a computer is a worthless piece of tool if some man doesn't sit down and give it a way to think. So this is how valuable we are. No one has told us, no one has shown us. We're attempting to do this with all of us in an amicable, amicable manner, and we'd appreciate your assistance in doing the same thing in building our own government on this land. That's what we're doing, and we need people to fill those seats. I yield the floor.
Indeed. So the to be a researcher, to even be interested in looking up anything, you must first be a seeker. And the first thing you must seek is thyself. Uh, because just like you stated earlier, when being truthful, that's when you step into your power and you don't ever let a man be greater than you by lying to them as if they're more valuable or more worthy than you are, than to be in your truth. And so, the most respectable thing any one person can do, no matter what your gender that you prescribe or subscribe to, is to tell the truth and to live in your truth. And when you do that, anyone that's in the mind of disrespect is because they disrespect themselves. And if that's the case, 9 times out of 10, you're not going to be in their company and them not in your company. So you don't even have to worry about them. But those people who do get into your company, there's got to be levels of respect already given to even reach that point. So, town hall meetings. Well, first, I want to say people are afraid of knowledge. Like you were saying about, not wanting to go to the library and, uh, you know, you're not afraid of what people are going to think if you're walking around with this book in your hand and things like that. People are afraid of knowledge because, in my opinion, that fear comes from the fear of yourself, the fear, excuse me, the fear of your own greatness, the fear of surpassing what society has said about you, what a society of people who really don't care anything about you have had to say about you. And it's so easy to think that the love that we have received was not love at all. And the love that people thought they were given when it was really in hate is is exactly what it was, you know. And so we're learning to decipher and to discern between those things. Can't be afraid of new information and knowledge in developing the mind. And when you're speaking on the city hall meetings, I've been to unspoken at the city hall meeting in Hayward, California in 2019. I also I attended and spoke at the city hall meeting for Tucson, Arizona, Ward 5, I believe. Uh, and there, they were actually having an election for their official seats. And I didn't. I waited for everybody to speak before I stood up and spoke because I was intentionally not going for any of the seats. I want to see how y'all operate. I'm new. I want to see what y'all got going on. And so when everybody spoke and I spoke, they were like, if you would have spoke first, I'll wait for you to come back in. I felt they were like, if you would have spoke first, we would have elected you for president, because the person that was elected for president, or had put their, they didn't even, they were just doing it because they wanted to fill the position. You know what I'm saying? Not because they had a heartfelt, uh of course they had some kind of heartfelt about the situation. They felt something because they were there and had the courage to volunteer to be put in a position. But based on the way I spoke and what I said, they were all in unison, agreeable to me being in a high seat for the community. And I did not take it, because at the time I was going through too much, and I wouldn't have been able to give, and it would have been more stress than what I needed to be experiencing at the time. This was right after my breast cancer diagnosis. And so I was entering into a whole new phase, but I thought it was important to show up, to let them see me and me see them. And I wanted Tucson to know we were here. And so I started, now I ain't gonna speak on that, but it it was beneficial. It was beneficial because I know people in the community uh had eyes on me now. I want you to see me. I want you to hear me. I want you to experience me wholeheartedly without me even knowing that you're interested. I don't have to know, because I'm going to be me. I'm not going to try to switch up and change for the likes of you or anyone else. I'm going to be me. When you see me, you see me. I'm not pretending. I don't have a cloak on. I'm not acting. This is real. I'm really like this. I'm really this person all the time. And so, I don't know if I told you this. I had a rider in my car, and it was like, and on my card it states that I am a transformational life coach. And every time somebody reads that, they're like, "Oh, nice." Or one girl was like, "It seemed like I've been getting, connected with every type of person that I need in my life right now. You're a life coach? That's cool." So this other guy or woman was like, I lost my thought. But nonetheless, when I tell people that I'm a life coach, oh, she asked me, she said, "So how do you do what you do?" And I was like, "Well, the best way that I could answer this question is I don't do with anything a certain type of way. I just do what I do." And she was like, "Because you really just did it right now with me in this car." She was like, "You just did it." She was like, "So yeah, you're right." And she was like, this was the second ride she had with me. She was like, "I was really hoping it was you." She was like, "Cause the last time I rode with you, I left you with such good feelings. You know what I'm saying? I just really felt good." And so, a lot of times I mind my business and I don't get involved. But if people are communicating, then I will talk to them and speak with them and offer them what I have to offer without offering them anything. And and if we get into it like that, I hand them my card and I let them know. And my phone number is on there. No one has rung my phone, but I said one day that phone is gonna ring. That number is going to ring, and it's gonna be someone who I will probably be their last resort, and I want to be there. So I was put on this one lady. She was like, you'd be really good at like, they got a call center here. One of them is In the Silence, and another one is another organization. with City Hall, and they can use like, so say for instance I create something and they work with me and their insurance pays me for my services. And so I was like, okay. So and if I hadn't had, my point in saying all this is, I mean, the fact that there's so many different things that we can do to expand, and all we have to do is to use our skills and abilities and get in touch with the right people and have those ask those questions, know what it is that, and see, the thing is you can't offer any services until you practice with yourself inside of your gifts. And so I don't charge anybody anything. I don't ask anybody for anything. You got to be willing to open up and talk to me and just experience me. I'm an experience. I'm not a act or a show or anything. I am a experience. And so I take pride in that, and how I carry myself. And I make sure that when I offer my services through Lyft, that I'm in the right attitude when I'm meeting people, because you never know what people are going through. And so, and you can't judge a book by its cover. I meet so many diverse people that, and like I was playing Kevin Gates, and I usually just listen to like soft music or whatever. But I said, you know what? If they're gonna experience me, they're gonna experience me, and this is what I listen to. And so these two girls got in the car, and I was like, hey, y'all listen to Kevin Gates? And they was like, we never even heard of Kevin Gates. And so they was like, but this is a vibe though. This is how they was like, yeah, this is a vibe. Yeah, I like this. This is a total vibe. This is how they talking back here. So we end up talking, and I end up learning so much about these two young ladies. And they was like, it was really nice talking to you. So I hand them my card, and they're like, oh, okay, really nice. And then that's when they started giving me information about stuff that would be helpful to me. And I'm like, wow, see? And it's just that business card, it has, a lot of power in it. And so I was really like, I had to have some business cards. Like I had to, because a lot of things when you meet people, you don't really have all the words to say, because you never know how the conversation is going. You don't want to come completely left field. You know what I'm saying, with some information. So you put things on a business card and you pass your business card out and let people explore if they're interested. I'm not trying to talk your head off about anything. If you're interested, I've given you a key to explore me. So that's what I like to do. And sometimes I miss opportunities to give a business card out to people, and it just kind of sits on my mind like you should have gave that person. And it would be a person that you would never suspect would be intrigued by what you have to offer. But most times those are the right people, because they don't really expose themselves, but there's some energy around them that will speak to the energy within you and around you. So yeah, I have these. So I'm learning to trust my instincts around people and with people, and not look at people. Like even when I'm driving and people are talking, I don't see them. I don't have my mirror all in their face. You know what I'm saying? I'm driving, I pay attention to the road, and I hear their voice and I feel their energy. And so if it matches up, then I carry on and go forth with it. But and I show myself, you know, and they usually get out because I have the car smelling like peppermint, and like when they get in, it's like this whole Zen session. You know what I'm saying? And so it's a nice vibe with me, and so I know I would like to ride with me. I ride with me. I yield.
I ride with you, but see, if it was my car, it would smell like earth because that's all that would be going on. Huh?
So what does Earth
You
smell
What does
like?
Earth smell like?
Mary J. Yeah, that's the only smell you getting out of my car. Ain't nothing else coming out of there. Maybe a cigarette smell, but marijuana, that's all you smell in the down thing as we drive around, we go places. We
I done
must
rode
do
some. I done
change.
I done rode
Huh?
somebody in the car and they said, I got this one young guy and his car just smelled like he had just finished smoking some weed or marijuana. And he was like, people don't like that. Uh they like to not smell that
Be,
because they smell that
be
everywhere now.
honest. Be honest when I pull up because don't get in my car because it's raining like cats and dogs. You don't like the way it smells, don't get in. I understand. I'll even call for another car for you. But don't get in my car if you don't like it. I'll pick up the You don't want to play puff puff fast? Get out my shit. I don't care. I save it till I go home and I have it with a glass of white wine. Okay, you do that. I smoke on the way home.
Right. I eat mine in gummies and that type. So
Yeah.
that was funny. Yeah.
So
And true.
wait, here goes something else that killed me, right? As we all lived in the hood, there was a whole bunch of sisters and brothers. I'm not talking to and sisters. I'm not talking against women, but y'all gotta admit. See, I can't talk about men because I ain't never been with one. The only man I can talk about is me. But when it comes to women, okay, so all right. I understand the women were trying to do the right thing and they were working and stuff and all that. You got my clothes smelling like weed. I'm a stink when I go to work. I'm gonna lose my job. Don't smoke that thing stink. Don't smoke it around me. Why you always gotta smoke that stuff? It's legal. Well, give me a blunt. And so now you feel free smoking the weed. But back then, I used to catch hell for it. I was the devil. I've been called the devil in smoking it. But now that it's legal, some of these same women, I see them smoking weed. I just stand there looking at them. Look at this. Look, it's legal now. It's legal. So the whole time, see, here's the part about it being legal, right? It don't smell no different. Why did it stink when I when I was smoking it, and it don't stink now that it's legal? That's the part that, and this goes, that type of thinking goes through everything that we talk about. Because when it was to you illegal, we shouldn't have been smoking it. It stank. But now that it's legal, you smoking it, and it don't stink. It don't smell the same way. It don't have the same fumigation when it comes off. Because for me, it does. It's still the same thing to me. So what is it to you that now because it's legal? It just makes me, when I think about our past, it's like Yo, we was crazy. We were stupid. And the stuff that we argued and fought over really didn't make any sense. I couldn't hear you.
I'm saying it don't make no sense now because the same stuff is still going on. Like you talking about the smell of marijuana, and I heard some guy he works at Walmart and he was like, you got a problem with people coming to work smelling like marijuana, but you ain't got no problem with people coming to work smelling like, they ain't showered or bathed or, smelling like cat urine and things like that. And the crazy part about it is I've given people a ride in my car that smelled like those things. And I didn't realize until we got to the destination that I was taking them to work. And I'm like, how are you going to work smelling like this? Like, has no one said anything to you at your job? You're steady getting a paycheck. And then you work in the bakery? Oh, I don't know. See, now and that's another reason why I like Lyft. Because I see where people work and what they look like and smell like on their way to work. And even what they smell like after work. Well,
I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that. I wouldn't want to smell them. But remember, I did say, if you don't like the smell of my car, don't get in. And if I don't like the smell,
talk about marijuana.
No, if I don't like the smell of you, I will close my door and drive off. No, I'm not picking that person up. No, smells like smells like a baby's. Smells like a baby's diaper. I'm not picking up no grown person smelling like no baby's diaper. I'm telling you right now.
Sometimes you don't realize until you get good into the ride, and it's like I start opening up windows and stuff like that. I'm trying not to be rude, but how you gonna come up in here? Like you came out the house like that.
So who was rude?
Them.
Okay, so I ain't got no problem pulling over to the corner. Get out. No, you call the company and get all your goddamn money back. Get out my car. You're gonna get another ride. Don't worry, I'll call the ride for you, but you're gonna get out my car smelling like that. Fuck that.
I tell people not to match with me no more. Like I give them a ride to where they going, but you can't match me with that person no more.
See, I love people, but I don't like people.
Same thing.
People put you in some awkward situations, and it's a test just to see how far you will go.
Yeah.
I'm if it's a test, I'm bound to fail. Archie Bunker will come out of me, and I'll say things, and I just tell you how I feel about it, and then you're mad at me. And you didn't have to say it like that. That there was no other way other than the truth.
Right.
And that's what I said.
So if people would just be honest with their children, when they get into the world and they hear no, and they hear the truth about things, it won't be a problem because that will be the culture of truth. And the problem is that okay, so for instance, these women who tell their children that the guy that they're messing around with is their uncle.
See,
that
is
devastating.
I've never seen
a child's psyche.
I've never seen that.
I have seen it.
I've never been around. I've never been around that. Everybody.
It happens though.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say because I've never been around that, and like all the people that around us, like everybody knew mommy's new boyfriend. something like that, but not uncle. No, nobody,
Right.
nobody used that term while I was
Well,
growing up.
well, you know,
Not to say when my parents.
you got to be in a broken situation, and it doesn't sound too much like your situation was broken. You know what I'm saying? Y'all were seem to have been very much secure in safety, you know, in the right upbringing, in the right community. You know what I'm saying? That was based on uh respect for men and women, and for the children, for the family and whole. So yeah, but those types of things happen, and I'm not not to bring that up into, like, you know, make it a whole subject, but I just wanted to make the point in saying that lies like that only teach the children how to repeat those types of lies and not to come into, you know, what's real, um because they're so accustomed to being lied to, and after a while, I mean, they're sitting there, they know that ain't they uncle, or even Christmas and the Easter bunny and the tooth fairy and all these different things, you know.
Christopher Columbus.
Yeah, Christopher Columbus discovered America, you know, and and made the Indians what they are today. So yeah, um honesty really, and just being, living in our truth. And that seems like this seems so easy, but then it's so hard, because people will be in their own mind in denial, scared to live in their truth, and then judge so harshly those who do live in their truth, that I had to be like, why do I feel bad for telling the truth? Oh, your feelings got hurt because I told you the truth. Would you rather me not? Don't ask me. Then don't. If you don't want to know, don't ask me. And then if I ask you and you lied to me to make me feel good, I'm gonna know that too. Don't lie to me, even trying to save or protect my feelings, because that means that's what you
Hell
want me
yeah.
to do with you, and I ain't got time for none of that. So if we can't have a real dialogue and come up with some real solutions, then what are we doing? You playing with me? Is this a joke? Is this a game? Are you sure you in the right place? Because you lost. And that's about how far it goes with me. If I gotta
No,
ask you
that,
questions like that, then what are we doing?
yeah, something's wrong.
Yeah,
Something's
something
wrong.
is wrong. The energy ain't matching up as it should be.
I don't, I personally don't have time for it anymore. And just anything outside of elevation does not attract me in any kind of way. If I don't
No.
see where, okay, and I don't know if somebody else want to say that they heard this someplace, but this is my saying. I've been saying it for a while too. To all women, you mean more on your feet than you do in the sheets. Now it's up to you to live that. It's up to you to take control of that. That's the
You
only
can get
thing.
more done in life on your feet than you can laid out in the sheets.
So you do whatever you want with that. as a woman, because if it ain't right on our feet, it ain't gonna be right in the sheets.
You sure
And I can
right
keep
about
going.
that.
And I can keep going with that.
It ain't even worth the issues and the problems you gonna have dealing with somebody that you done let into your private space like that versus giving yourself the opportunity to get to know this person, or whether you even, because after you get to know a person like that, biblically know a person, when the Bible speaks of knowing someone, they have intermingled. And so that was, like we have already stated, that is marriage. And so you become tied to this person that you don't know, and turns out you don't like. Now you done had a baby with them, and they want to play with the baby and make you pay for the baby while they got somebody else in their life. The baby calling daddy while they talking bad about you, until another one comes along. So it's just really like, that process would be so much simpler if we would be more cautious as to who. And if we understand, because see, one thing I did not understand the value in a partner and what that stood for, what that meant. I just wanted someone that I could be with, and then I ain't have to be all over the place.
But listen, I didn't understand the value either, but guess what? I was my own partner. I didn't care about being with nobody else. I didn't care then, and that's the whole thing. Especially after being married, it's like, what the hell I get married for? I ain't had to get married. I could still be with her today and whoever else I wanted to, and she wouldn't say a goddamn thing because she know that that's how she met me. So all of that was on lock with me, and I gave it all up to be with her. I ain't mad at her though, because I of my own choosing gave it up. You know what I'm saying? I take accountability. I didn't lose nothing. So now being on this side with a divorce, how I look getting married? I don't look right getting married. That ain't gonna happen again. No. Whoever I'm with, whoever I'm around, she understands there's 2 or 3 more around too, and we ain't gonna be arguing and fighting about that. None of it. And they gonna be around each other, and then I ain't dealing with nobody. Everybody's supposed to be pregnant, and there's supposed to be a whole bunch of little me's running around here. So what are y'all fighting for? Everybody can go to jail right now, I'll tell you that much, because everybody pregnant. Stop talking about fighting each other. Everybody just be happy. We all got fish. We all happy. Let's eat.
Okay,
so
now, in situations like that, everybody ain't with that. Now, for those who are, the women have to agree. And it's always fair to give the woman the opportunity to choose that type of relationship where the man has multiple women.
Everybody see me say it right here. I said, if you don't like me on social media, you won't like me in person, because you think I'm gonna back down and say something different. You like that fool said the same thing. Yup, every single time. So I just said it. That's the choice right there. That's
Okay.
what
No, I'm saying right. So there's no, they think they're gonna come in and change something. You got to be with the program or scram.
we ain't learned not to try and change each other yet. That was that was part of those midnight arguments. Trying to change somebody. I just wish you would change. Into what?
Right.
What do you want me to change into?
Right.
So,
okay, because listen, here's my okay, so seriously. Let's talk about it for a minute. A lot of times in relationships, now I've been married and divorced. I've been in relationships, long-term relationships. I don't play with people, and I ain't finna let nobody play with me. And so the thing is I've never been in a relationship with someone who had openly had other women, okay? Knowing that there were other women. My whole issue comes because when it's not being openly discussed that this is going on, they seem to go and find the worst type of person to be fooling around with. So then now my health is at risk. And this is where I have a problem with it. But I have noticed over time and learning about polyandry and or polygamy, whatever, those type of relationships. Not polyandry, but polygamy. Right. And it makes sense to me. The older I'm getting, the more in tune I'm becoming. It makes more sense to me because not all the time do we want to be really like. Sometimes I want to do my own thing and I ain't got time for all that. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be all wifed up and all that. I just want to be me. I deserve time for me. This is on some realness. I can be wife. I can be, friend, lover, whatever. But I'm still me, and I gotta tend to me, have time to me, and just like I expect a man to have time for himself. Yeah, want time with me, but also want time for yourself. But what I also understand is that uh I don't know, it's different. I don't even know if I want to go into that conversation about tendencies and who's more active in relationships and whatnot. But it differs, and it does matter the connection. It does matter what's happening in each individual situation as to how that spectrum of the relationship is going to brew and how it's going to ignite as well. uh I've only been in monogamous relationships. I'm not a cheater and things like that, but I have been cheated on. I would understand if it was someone who was building, who was also beneficial to the entire household for whatever reasons. You know what I'm saying? Not and we don't necessarily have to live together. But if you have your own thing and then we're supporting one another and supporting our mate or the man of this relationship, then what do we have to fight about when we have an individual relationship with this person, but then we're working together in support of this man? You know what I'm saying? It just makes sense. Like that's a helper. Um and so when I'm not able to tend to him, and I'm not mad about that because I'm trying to be over here, you know what I'm saying? But I still want my man to be taken care of. It was someone who's going to take care of him. Don't play with him because then you playing with me and then now we all got a problem. And so there's got to be a level of maturity there to even understand that. And people get into these types of relationships based off of sexual urges and lust rather than the business aspect of it. And that's why the shit don't work out. So,
And that's why we have our law once you touch each other. So see somebody like me, like the two women, they all three of us, we done been around each other for 6 months, a year, or whatever, before anybody did anything. We done been around. And if there was another one, she was around too. Everybody been around, and everybody. So like Empire, Nubia, Third World Order, a Maxim Trust, part and parcel 9, part and parcel. What do? That's what you do. You see this over here? What are you doing over here? You don't have nothing for over here? Done with you. Once she's able to say she got something to do with over here, now she's of interest. And if you don't come in with your own idea, then there are places for you to go, even to my Aunt Supreme Justice, to serve on our Supreme Court and learn how to work through our constitutions and stuff. So there's a million places for you to sit here, and this is what we're all after, is our freedom, to stay free and to keep our progeny free. So in my world, that's our work. We run a nation. And so we're going to keep what we got to do together to run this nation and make this nation bigger, which means more children. And when I come home, I need time alone. You about to get some alone time. Where the baby at? Give me the babies, and me and the baby's going to go play. And remember how much energy the baby's got. So don't come at me later talking about I want some time, and the babies are still running around, because me and the babies will still be running from one end of the house to the other, in and out the house, up and down the stairs. We'll get on your damn nerves with the running, because that's what, and that's what I'm saying. That was my life. Once my daughter was born, that's it. Time's broken up for them to be spent with them, and that's your time off. Outside, I don't understand time off and alone time. I came home to be with you and these little people right here. That's what I came home for. I didn't come home for you to say, I want to be over here. I was going for 8 hours. You should have been over here doing what you was doing and having your alone time. But I was with the children. I'm with the children now too, see? So now here goes your alone time. Go do what you gotta do. Do what you got. In cooking, I already told you. I like hot dogs, beans, and rice. So people be thinking I'm playing. I like hot dogs, beans, and rice. I ain't playing. And I know how to cook that. And by the time these children 11 and 12, guess what? They know how to cook hot dogs, beans, and rice too. We all love it. Nobody playing.
that's funny, but you made some really good points. And true indeed.
Because it's all about fun. Because I don't want miserable people around me. So that whatever.
I ain't lying.
So like, I would, I used to ask her, I'd be like, so what's your political stand? Democrat. Well, to be with me, you got to be a Republican. Oh, you're trying to control things. No, I'm not. I'm a Republican. You're going to have to be a Republican. I'm not trying to control things. I'm going to show you why. I'm going to tell you why we're Republican. And my biggest reason is Democrats want a big government. Republicans say big people. Well, they're only talking about rich people. No, they're talking about people who have the idea and thought that they're big, not people who think they need the government to give them stuff in order for them to be somebody and do something. So I'm one of those people. See, I am an a-hole for real. I don't care. It don't matter about I'm the most beautiful person in the world when it comes to being me and doing what I got to do. And when I have a thought in my head about what I can do, I go do it. no matter who says no or what or whatever, no matter if I got to go through a few no's. What I said I was going to do, that's what I'm doing. And I'm not doing nothing else. So in this league, you're telling me you're a Democrat and you want to argue to be a Democrat. But when we get up in the morning and go to work, what do? I work in a shoe store. Well, okay, you work in a shoe store. What does that have to do with politics? I'm downtown running my own business, dealing with these people every single day. And the people I'm dealing with who are putting money in my pocket to bring back to this table, they're Republicans. So you're going to get on the Republican ticket, but I'm being controlling and I'm being pushy. And I should have taken signals like that and ran in order not to have gone. But that conditioning of her is like through all of our women. It's not just her. It's like everybody don't want to be told what to do, how to do it. And so that, on both sides. And it's not just, and like I said, I've never been with a dude to explain what I'm explaining on the man's side. A woman would have to explain it from the man's side in order for me to even see me and say, yeah, okay, maybe so. That might have been me. Yeah, because like I said, I know one thing, I'm arrogant. And back then I was arrogant, and today I'm arrogant. And don't let me, like, if we're at the if we're at the gambling table and I'm on a streak, don't tell me to quit. I don't care. Don't tell me you saw the guy press the button to get the ball to do something. I'm on a roll, baby. I'm about to bet the whole house. We go home with nothing. And so, like I said, we all got issues and things we got to control about ourselves. But see, I know this about myself, and I feel that devilish feeling coming over me when I say that. So I know I would stop myself at a certain point once I doubled my money, because I know that the next thing that's about to come out of me, it ain't gonna be right. So I can even see that in relationships, and I can even see where, like, if I get quiet, that could be a problem. People have to tell me to breathe. And one day I realized, as I was getting heated one day in a conversation, I realized, one, I ain't said a word. Two, I can't breathe. I had stopped myself from breathing as I was getting angry. And I made myself breathe, and I immediately felt better, and I felt like I didn't want to fight anymore for a second. And I was just like, whoa, what a difference. What a difference. And so people, like this, well, then what happened? I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? I don't know. I blacked out. And I wanted to say that a couple of times before. I blacked out. I got so pissed that I blacked out. And it was because I was holding my breath. And I was actually passing out. And that's it. We fighting. I was passing out. I just swung. I don't know. It's just on and popping. But I realized how they can. I'm telling you, I could never explain it until just one afternoon. It just happened. And I realized myself getting mad. I felt it, and I couldn't breathe. And I was like, oh my God. And I was like, yo, what's going on with me? And I realized, oh, I got to make myself breathe. So I realized in the last 2-3 years, people have been telling me, yo, you got to breathe. You got to breathe. And Brother Sheikh Eric, he was the last one to tell me, breathe as I'm speaking. Breathe, man. It's your time to breathe, man. Breathe. Let it go and breathe, man. So that started catching up with me to breathe. Without that, so I know when dealing in a relationship, there are times I've gotten quiet. And then I walk out the door and I'll leave. And I won't come back for a weekend, 2 days a week. I'm just not coming back. And then she'll see me and then we'll talk and then I end up back. But I'll leave. And so these might be, like another sister. Oh, yeah, my man used to do that and he used to piss me off, because then I might be able to see myself and deal with myself. But right now, man, every time a car drive past me and I hear a couple in that car arguing, I start wanting to say hallelujah, amen. Because I know I'm not going through that right there, boy. Tonight I'm gonna sleep like a baby.
What you say?
Say that, Sasa.
I'm like, what you say? Because no, thank you. Those are the times I do not miss arguments. Because what are we arguing about? I thought we was. I mean, what is so? That's what lets you know if you got something to argue about. Then you the one not happy. Cause I'm fine. I done cooked dinner. You know what I'm saying? The house clean. Everything good. Children ain't crying. They good. They settled. They didn't ate. Everything fine. And you want to argue about what? Something that don't matter, but you trying to make a big deal out of. Ain't nobody got time to be thinking about no crazy stuff. What we eating for dinner tomorrow? That's what I'm trying to figure out. I got time for that. No, I'm not the one. No, if you want to argue, just go. Keep on going. You won't be interested in me. You won't like me.
To 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Tell me 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, arguing, and we ain't got to and the parts I thought was over come back, and then I find out I was being slick somewhere in the conversation, because I never really answered the question that I thought I clearly answered the question, and now oh my goodness, man, because sometimes you just sit back and you think about these things, and all I could do is giggle because we were stupid. But then I think about, like, one night we sat up listening to the scanner, the police scanner, and in 45 minutes there were about 30 domestic calls. In 45 minutes in our little town, there was like 30 domestic calls, and we was like, whoa, are you serious? And I think that was the first time it flipped on in my mind. I started thinking about all those different nights of arguments and stuff, and the type of stuff we argued about, and it not making any sense. And not, like, for where we're at today, none of that stuff matters. None of it mattered. But we was arguing like World War III.
Right.
We was arguing like World War III.
And it all be based on emotions. And sometimes when you dealing with a person that you already know they finna lie, you know they ain't gonna tell the truth. They not that you just already know. They done made up a whole scenario to be mad at you about it, which you know ain't true about you, but they arguing with you to convince you that their story about you is true. And just imagine how many people are not in tune with their self, and they get manipulated by this mind game, this mind trick. You know what I'm saying? It's a spell. And see, this is what always tripped people out about me. Their spells never worked on me. So they was like, who are you? You know what I'm saying? Why don't? Because they wouldn't just. I could hear their thoughts. Just might as well to say. You know what I'm saying? Their thoughts be like, how she ain't going for it, and now they mad at me because I'm not falling for the trick, and now you got to figure another way. So the more and more you trying to figure out a way to convince me of this lie you live in, to whatever depths that goes for you. This is how people end up getting killed in relationships. All because you trying to prove a point of your lie. Why not just go on and be with somebody you ain't got to lie to? Because obviously I'm not in your league. You ain't got no business with me, and you know you ain't got no business with me. But you trying to keep me so can't nobody else get me. The one that's supposed to have me can't find me because you over here vamping my energy. I've been in situations like that, and I had to leave. And no matter how it felt, like, well, you still, the physical will tell you still in a relationship, you still with somebody, but in all actuality, our spirit don't be happy because we don't be with who we're supposed to be with to do the mission at hand. There is a mission. We came here to do a mission, to perform something great, the great fusion of energy of the masculine and the feminine. And there has been those of us, the chosen ones, who have been guided into this era and here to do great and wonderful things. And just like there's a down to a up, a left to a right, there's a match to a me.
Yes,
in the masculine. Like I'm the match to someone in the feminine. And you have a match too. You know what I'm saying? And if we don't ever, it's like the stars at night. You don't see them unless they twinkle. You don't notice because there's so many stars in the sky. But that one that gives that twinkle will catch your eye, and you have to look at it. So I want to be that twinkle.
Definitely. I think that's everybody's goal. But we didn't know to be patient for it. Everybody went for lust and good looks, or a nice body, beyond the product, because we all thought like our value of self was go to work or go to college, and we didn't go to college. So go to work. We don't even got good jobs. So our value in each other, we didn't put that on a high level either. We didn't know to. But now we do, and we know to teach that to our children so that they don't even begin to experience any of the stuff that we experience. Because as I said before, I wasn't always a good guy. When I first started, there's a couple of women who said, that nigga ain't. He's a woman beater. I'm a woman beater. Why? Because you hit me. Well, listen. So I was young and stupid. And I'm so all the young girls know, right? When we talk about these late night arguments, and it's just you two in a room, and let's say a bottle of gin bean, some wild Irish rose, some night train, something stupid. And you standing there talking about, that's right, you punk mother, you better not, and I'll do this, and I'll kick your. Yo, a young dude, he might put his hands on you. You know, he's not even thinking about it. He don't even know any better. I'm gonna tell you, like I told my daughter.
Definitely putting his hands on you. And if he's not, then surprise, surprise, there's still good young people in this world today. But these young folks
Amen.
today, they don't care. They will beat the brakes off of you and
But
and
but you
believe and be convinced you deserved it.
but you as a woman, you shouldn't even present yourself in that manner. And
That
as a
part.
young woman, and this is why we're saying this about uh, touching each other and automatically being intertwined because of that obligation to each other. That's why in a bad relationship you keep showing up because of that essence of that obligation to each other. And then the next thing you know, you're abused. But one thing you never practiced was let me shut my mouth, and then when it's time for me to leave, let me leave. And then I'm not going back over there, not alone, not without some security. This is the proper steps, opposed to you stand. Once you feel like you got to stand there and yell and cuss, it's time to go. And I'm saying this to the women. The brothers already know we said you can't yell at the women. So, but to keep my daughter safe, she had to know. Don't stand there yelling and cussing and challenging him and calling him punks and all of that and all that. It stings more because see, like all the dudes on the ground on the playground, we don't just stand around calling each other punks unless we want to get punched in the mouth. And we know it. So now we're in the room with you and you're yelling out, you punk motherfucker. It stings a little more because, damn, these niggas don't even say that to me. Why are you standing here? Why are you jumping up in my face and you're only 4'3" and you're jumping up in my face and you're standing on the bed, you punk, I'll do this and I'll do that, and you're poking me in my head and stuff. Why? What is it about you that's making you come off like this right now, baby? So much you don't have to do these things. All you have to do is make sure that you understand that you was brought to that level and stay out of that situation and be brought to that level again. You can't love nobody enough to put yourself in a dangerous situation and then even have one night of getting beat up. Once you get beat up, it's a night we can't get back of your safety, of your comfort, of you feeling secure within yourself once you get beat up in a room by a dude. So don't put yourself in that situation.
Amen.
And it doesn't mean be a punk either. But it does mean think about your argument. Say that.
Be wise. Ain't no woman
Yes.
got no business. Ain't no woman got no business arguing with no man like that, first of all. And secondly, and when women think it's okay to put their hands on these men, you gotta know that if you put your hands on or you making threats and things like that, you don't know what people mind be going and thinking what you know what I'm saying. But see, I think if it get to that point in a relationship, then somebody got to be wise enough to say, no, that right there we can't do. We not gonna do. You know what I'm saying? And I'm usually that person because I don't like conflict. So for the sake of being in a relationship or a marriage or whatever, I we're gonna go through things from time to time. Things gonna happen, but we gotta still be adult about it and mature about it. I ain't finna call you out your name. I'm not even finna argue with you because why are we arguing again? You know what I'm saying? Like what happened? Because I don't even remember. Like what? And unless you just really done. And that ain't even no argument. That's a discussion. We need to talk. We need to sit down. I'm talking about I got the paper and the pen so I can take notes down because this is finna be a whole contract that we finna discuss right here. If I got to say something about something, that's how I'm coming. I ain't finna argue with you.
So, and that's what our thoughts are for in the future. in a relationship, y'all should have had that discussion already. Y'all should have sat down and talked already. There should have been two adults, at least one from each of your families, sitting at a table with y'all, talking about your future and being honest with y'all about your future and all the situations that come up, because they had to grow up and they know what can go on. And we all know that. How many parents have really sat down and talked to their children about the midnight adventures and tell them that those hours, for some reason, are like the devil's hours within us, operating together as a couple? It's not us, it's everybody. Those hours, especially when you're young, there's something just takes over in the midnight hour and turns, freaks come out at night. And yeah, and then next thing you know, and then yeah, and then next thing you know, police are standing at your door talking about a domestic violence case. And today, when they separate you, they separate you. They're not giving you a chance to do anything. So there's a lot as far as our children we need to look at, and we need to put together a plan to save them. And just religion is not going to save them, because if he loses his job and he can't pay the light bill, and she's got two babies and another one on the way, and and the lights go out, there are going to be problems in that house. And but they can get through with the proper teachings from adults and signs from adults about what's about to come their way. They can get through it.
I agree. So basically, it starts at effective communication and entering into the situation full knowing that this individual is knowing who they are, and someone else in their life, not just a aunt or uncle, because you got people out here who don't have that spokesperson from their bloodline, but it may be a spokesperson from someone who has been relevant in the journey since day one, whenever their day one is with you, and they ain't stopped since that day. You know what I'm saying? We got many a day ones. It's their first day of coming into the journey with you, or yours with them. So anyway, um so basically, yeah, communication is the key. An open line throughout keeps the peace. And so that's where we are. I'm getting tired now. I'm ready to go ahead
Yes,
and
ma'am.
end the show, but this has been very interesting. I am so forward to the um what you call it? I wrote it down. What
The
you
working party.
working parties, yes. And so maybe we should speak this week and plan out the family night and the working party, our first working party, what we want to put together and do it, and we don't get off the phone, or we don't get off the party until we have something to show for what it is that we're doing. And so I don't know, that sounds like a good idea right now, but as soon as my life gets a life, and I'm gonna be like, I ain't got time for you know what I'm saying? So I wanna I'm probably gonna be moving around, and you might be moving around and stuff like that, but whatever. You know what I'm saying? Thing that this thing in motion is the best potion. So we're not perfect, but we are active.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's where
Yes,
it
ma'am.
matters. And our action is going to show results.
And our potion is strong.
Yeah.
A new wave of thinking.
Yeah. I really like that brother, the Sunstar Moshe.
Moshe? Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty hot. I wanna now I see what his show is, HSE dash TV Entertainment.
Mm-hmm.
And so definitely wanna check out his channel and support what they have going on. Uh, it was just nice to have him on and to hear him speak like that, and the fact that he has seen me speak and he knows you're his cousin, so of course you know what I'm saying. And I don't think about the people who are watching you are also seeing me and gathering an opinion of who I am and how this makes sense, you know what I'm saying. And so I just love I love the beauty in what it is that we have created here, and what we have continued to do. And so thank you for always having people so connected that they do come on and speak to you. And so I guess one day I'll be able to do the same thing. It's just I don't know.
But listen, all this, you know how long it took for you and I to put this together.
Yeah.
I was also talking with them and a few others. So everything right in time in its right place in the right way. Because everybody has a show and everybody's doing something.
Right.
Excuse me, but I didn't come out until I came out with you too. So everything is right where it needs to be and growing the way it needs to grow. And it's like he's reaching back, talking to me. You know what I'm saying? And he invited me on his show a couple of times in the past few weeks, and I've been on his show. So now,
Okay.
you come over here and you come on this show. Because we have a Facebook page, Third World Order. He's really the one with the key to the page right now because I lost my ability to be the moderator on there. I lost my page. It got hacked. So right now he's at Third World Order doing the page right now, putting us through. And he made me, put me back as a member. But he's running the page and everything we're doing through Third World Order right now and everything. So yeah, we've been around. He's been around for a while. We've been at this and doing this. But here's my
Yeah, I've
first
seen
show with
him
you.
actually. Excuse me, on social media, and I've seen, but I didn't know there was a relation there, between the two of you. So I thought that was very interesting. I said it's a small world uh, when you are evolving and existing within the same realm. We're bound to come into contact with one another, at each stage and different levels. But I'm done. You wanna
Yes,
say
ma'am.
anything,
Yes,
or have
ma'am.
you said
I
everything you're
appreciate
gonna
you. I
say?
appreciate your time and everything you put into this.
Yes, for sure. Same thing. Likewise. Yeah, like I said, I get my rest before I come on, so I can ensure that I have the energy. So I'm like, okay, I'm burnt now. It's like
Oh,
five.
that's what I was gonna tell you. I've taken a couple of names. Don't worry about it. Come in the middle of the day, take a shower. I gotta go to sleep for a minute. Go to sleep so I can get up and do this show. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, then. So here's to episode 13, which has unfolded so beautifully. Yet again, another successful week of or with a new wave of thinking. Myself, my Aunt Supreme Justice, the matriarchal mother, L. Christina Akshita Veda, and with me is Sunstar El Yashamal Gar of Third World Order, of Mexum Trust, and what else?
Part and parcel.
Part and parcel. Part and parcel.
And when I make music, I do it under Elia and the Emerald City Digital Orchestra.
Indeed. And here's the sounds of that orchestra right now with the vocals of myself and a new wave of thinking. It has been another wonderful episode. Thank you for those who have tuned in and have gotten to the end of this session. I hope y'all have a wonderful week, and we'll see y'all next week, right?
Yes, we will. Peace and love, people. Thank you. Like and subscribe.
Welcome to a new wave of thinking. You're here with Akshita Veda L and El Yagar. It's we the people of the Empire of Nubia. Get ready to open your mind, sit back and unwind to take in the discussion, to prepare us to win. We are sovereign, we are law. We coming with concepts here that are fundamental building blocks, focusing on principles, thoughts, and beliefs. We're here to shake you up, to wake you up. Islamism. The masses is suffering with temporary mental illness of cognitive dissonance. Open up your mind. We are speaking from experience. It's various perceptions while we maintain effective communication in the lines of respect. Our thoughts become connected through human cognition, which is the process of acquiring new information and understanding based on personal experience and relatable topics of discussion. We are the currency of the know, knowledge, wisdom through love, bringing peace, justice, and truth as we gain freedom. Freedom in the mind. Open up your mind. Freedom of the mind. It's divine. To be one in unity, togetherness, you and me, we become we, and we are the change that we want to see. It is our time now, so come and get ready as we bring a new wave of thinking. It's a new wave of thinking. New wave of thinking.
Islamism.
Good night.
Thank you, Star.
Thank you.
Happy Holy Day.
Yes, happy Holy Day.